Alright, here we are. Welcome back for another day of gaming and chilling and whatnot. So, I had some issues with the mod I had installed yesterday. It screwed up some of my saves or something. So what I ended up deciding to do is basically restarting from a prior save back in the, just after I cleared the prologue, I do believe. And I uninstalled the mod and just purchased a few items like materia and stuff like that that I want to play with, etc. To be playing on hardcore with. So hopefully nothing else like that happens, and we'll see what happens. Hope everybody has a good time. Hope you're all having a good day. Let's get her going. And I think it was this one. We'll see. Also, I'm going to just save at the beginning of each chapter. Okay. So we'll go with Kiraga. Energy. I am going to need... I'm going to put Hellblazaga on and... Dual cast? I don't know if I'll really need Kiraga for a bit. I'll probably be good with this. We'll put, We'll put Firaga Blade on. And then, let's see, what do I want to put on here? Feather Cap. Magic Master. And these ones, Magic Master and Black Garb, I got specifically. Well, one, it kind of equalizes out my stats, so they're not too high for my level. And then I can put Divine Slayer on. I still have slightly higher than average stats at start, but it is also hard mode. As soon as I get onto those like 5 and 6 star missions, it's going to be necessary. And then these also, what's really nice is they both no, I don't need to worry about expending MP and AP anymore, so I can cast these higher level spells and abilities, so that's good. Yeah, that energy is really gonna whoop some ass. Now I do have all the shops unlocked, but as you can see, like, they have their costs now back, the normal costs, and the stuff from the mod is all gone. So let's see, buy some potions. Not enough gil, right? Let's buy some potions so we have some of those. Switch to sell. I don't need ethers. Don't need somas. There we go. Alright. And I'll resave. Let's go do this first mission. I'm sure I'll, spank everything in here. See how it is with just... Yeah.
Later! Got him!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Whoops. One elixir.
Nice.
Okay. Now I can get that curse ring. Ah, man, I'm so psyched for the Diablo 4 launch tomorrow. That's going to be amazing.
Hey.
I know the game has some issues and for some various things, but overall the gameplay and everything experience of it is pretty good. And it's looking like druids aren't as bad as I thought they would be. A lot of the information that's come out regarding like how they function at later levels and stuff is pretty good. It just sucks that kind of unlike the sorceress, rogue, and I guess maybe necromancer, like they are effectively more powerful at lower levels, level quicker, etc. than the druid and the barbarian.
Joining you as well.
Yeah, let's skip this. But the druid and the barbarian, especially at later levels, they've really smashed through shit. The druid especially, they probably have more synergy with legendary powers and stuff like that with their abilities than any other class it's looking like. So I'm really interested now to try out the shape-shifting stuff when I get certain legendaries, etc. And right, because there's one that like makes your storm skills werewolf skills. There's one that makes your earth skills werebear skills, etc. And you can do combinations of those things too. So you could have both powers, right, and just be going wild with and then all your skills are going to be shape-shifting skills essentially, right? So it'll be there's lots of builds to try out for the druid that I'm really interested in now. Looking forward to that a lot. Although I will say I won't be online streaming till probably 6 or 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time tomorrow.
Let's go. The unit is already standing by.
Because I have a soccer game to go to. Unless it's raining out or something, then I'll, go to.
Then. Leave this
then
to
I'll be
me.
streaming earlier.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah. Okay, next.
Calm down, Zach.
No can do. I mean, the director is watching, right? So I have to make a good impression.
Zach. Heard of dumb apples?
No? What's that?
Incredible. You really don't know. Well, so much for you making first.
Whoa, wait! What's this dumb apple?
You know what? I'm gonna take Divine Slayer off just because with these stats, it seems to make me too powerful. We'll see how it is now.
Activating combat mode.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah!
I love that spell energy. It's so good.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, that's better. Feels better. Once I get on to like the 5 and
Jill,
6 star missions, then I'll
What's the
put
deal
that
with
back
dumb
on.
apples?
The official name is Benora White. The trees bear fruit at random times during the year. Because of that, the townspeople affectionately call them dumb apples. The local farms had plenty of them to spare.
Oh really? So you stole them?
We were poor, Zach.
Nice excuse.
But even then, I had my honor. The largest Benora White tree grew on a wealthy man's estate. It was rumored that those apples tasted the best. But I never stole from that tree, because the wealthy man's son was my friend.
If he was a friend, you should have just asked for some.
Honor can be quite a burden at times.
And what exactly does this have to do with me?
No story is not worth hearing.
What? That's it? Yeah, well, thanks a lot.
I'll be right back. I gotta go charge my phone here. Alright, I'm back. I really gotta figure out a better solution for all these cords I have here. And I'm trying to use the controller. Alright. I'm wondering if I should maybe put, instead of dual cast, put Moogle power on. Yeah. Then I can actually level some of these up.
B unit will set off an explosion. That's our cue.
The diversion will allow us to infiltrate.
Right. I'll set the bomb inside the fortress. You'll charge the front gate and...
Uh-huh. And?
Indulge yourself.
You got it. That's what I do best. Come on, B unit.
Pray to the almighty sword.
You know, I've never actually seen you use that. Don't you think it's sort of a waste?
Use brings about wear, tear, and rust. And that's a real waste.
You're serious, aren't you?
Yeah. I can be pretty cheap.
Yeah, no kidding.
Begin mission.
You know, here's a question about Angeal. So his dad apparently dies due to overworking himself to pay off the fee for that sword, the debt. Why didn't Angeal just give him money from being a soldier? They get paid like a weekly or bi-weekly or monthly stipend. They get a salary. Then his dad would still be alive. Unless, of course, he didn't actually die from, you know, that. It was something to do with Shinra. That's a possibility.
We hold the line here. It's just one man. Prepare to swarm
One
him.
soldier.
Activating
let's go.
combat mode.
Oh, what I want to do. Let's go.
Later.
Blam.
Got him. Later. Got him. Take that. The end. Later. The end. Got him. Later. Take that.
Bastard.
Conflict resolved.
You have defeated Wu-Tai Private.
Yeah, piece of cake.
Intruder! It's Soldier! Damn! Stop him!
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
Get
Conflict
wrecked,
resolved.
bitch.
Oh yeah!
Yeah.
Are you in?
Piece of cake. Could have done it blindfolded.
Stay alert. I've heard the Wu-Tai keep a monster around for anti-soldier purposes. It should be somewhere in the fort.
So, if I can take it out, will I make first?
Depends on the quality of work. Your main task is diversion. Run amok and gather attention.
You got it.
Do well, and you'll gain favor with Director Lazard.
That'll be a cakewalk. Just watch.
Activating combat mode.
Oh, it's ice that they're weak to, right? Or I just do this.
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
There he is! Get him!
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Rick!
The end! Oh yeah!
Activating combat
Out of
mode.
the way!
Conflict
Oh, yeah.
resolved.
Fire! Fire!
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Got him! Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Later! Oh yeah!
It'd be better if they would have made it so that you can just, like, the first time you come past this tower, so that you don't have to run back. That would have been nice.
Activating combat mode.
God damn.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Got him!
Guess I should hit him 4
Conflict
times.
Yeah!
Activating combat mode.
I like the fact that you can
Conflict
interrupt
resolved.
spellcasting
Oh, yeah.
and stuff in this.
There he is!
Activating combat mode.
Come on, yeah, Moogle. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, come on, man.
Conflict resolved.
The end! Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Wow.
Conflict
Oh,
resolved.
yeah.
What the hell? Okay, through here, then right.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Nice, got them all.
Oh yeah!
Yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Later! Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Let's charge.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Long live. If you will die.
Activating combat mode.
Oh
Conflict
yeah!
Oh,
resolved.
come both nice. Here, we got them all. Okay, I'm going the right way. Last fight.
Activating combat mode. Conflict
Oh
resolved.
yeah! That must be the central area.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, don't be like, oh, this music it goes against.
Activating combat mode.
Oh
Conflict
yeah!
resolved. Activating combat mode. Conflict
yeah!
resolved.
What's this?
That is Wu-Tai's guardian deity.
Wu-Tai!
the great
Wu-Tang.
Leviathan.
Wu-Tai clan. West side.
After I start closing.
We are the Wu-Tai army's elite, the Crescent. We serve Leviathan and smite Wu-Tai's enemies. Soldier of Shinra, a query. Is the goal of this invasion to spread your Mako reactors?
Clearly.
Yes, a reactor here would allow people to live better lives. And that includes you.
This better life that you speak of comes at the grave cost of losing our homeland. Pain and despair. That's what you bring. One more question. You have power, so I must ask, why do you use it to cause evil?
Is it wrong to spread happiness through Mako energy? Is that what you consider evil?
I thought we could reason with each other as warriors. But sadly, I was mistaken. Then let us settle things as warriors.
I don't think he was too interested in actually trying
Activating
to
combat mode.
do jack shit.
Better run for it!
Let's do it.
Prove your honor to me.
I got it.
Yeah, like no damage.
Conflict resolved.
It's a good thing my spells and stuff do decent amounts.
Why won't you finish me?
Not in the mood.
As long as we draw breath, we will oppose Shinra. Now, finish it.
Nah.
Oh, come on.
I guess I could have just stepped on here. What am I doing? I'm gonna skip this Yuffie shit. It's annoying. All her shit in this game is so freaking annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this chapter and then I'm gonna go for a smoke. Big boy.
You must be the anti-soldier monsters.
Activating combat mode.
Yeah. Get out of here. Boom.
Conflict resolved.
Bajatara tie. Wrecked him. I love the energy spell so much.
Soldier second class Zack. Victorious again.
Good work. Now, get out of there. You've only got 5 minutes.
Got it. Director Lazard, are you watching? Gotta move. No time to play.
Backhanded like a little bitch. That's what you get for being a cocky fucker, I guess.
Not good.
That's one more you owe me. You lost your focus.
Yeah. Oh, sorry if your sword got any wear, tear, or rust on it.
You're a little more important than my sword. But just a little.
Despite how corny Angeal is sometimes, with his anecdotes and shit, he's a good
Thanks.
character.
I'm here. I must apologize. Being on site is taxing.
You didn't have to come personally.
This operation will bring an end to the war. I wanted to see it through. Soldier Second Class Zach,
Sir!
you put forth a good effort at Fort Tamblin. I saw it with my own eyes. To be frank, my evaluation is... You are a force of nature. You somehow
I'll be right
defeated
back.
an entire enemy force by yourself.
I was shocked as well. You've grown strong.
Your bravery during the Wutai War will be remembered for generations. It seems your dream of becoming a hero has already come true.
Director Lazard, that's a bit much. Zach here still has a lot to accomplish.
I suppose you're right. Zach, keep up the good work.
Alright, I'm back.
Zach, let's go. Sephiroth is waiting.
Sephiroth? The hero? Wow! I'm gonna meet a hero!
Activating combat mode.
Come on, give me a Moogle. Damn it!
Conflict resolved.
Zach, come on. Zach, take the director to safety.
Contact Sephiroth.
Zach can handle it. Now go.
Follow me, Director.
Director Lazard. Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
Zach, I should be fine now. Assist Angeal.
Yeah, I'm on it.
I'm coming!
Angeal! Angeal! What? These guys aren't Wutai troops.
Oh shit, you know what? I need to restart. I forgot to put Blizzaga Blade on.
Activating combat mode.
Really? Shit. Well, I'll just have to use energy then. Does decent
Brace
damage.
yourself!
Blizzaga Blade would be better though.
I'm feeling it!
Actually, you know what? Fuck that. I want Blizzaga Blade. What the hell, man? Oh, there we go. Good thing I saved right there, I guess. There we go.
Angia!
Let's go, Ifrit.
A summon? Who called it out?
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
Yeah! Get out of there,
Conflict
buddy.
resolved.
Excellent. Badass as always. It's gonna be great when that Sephiroth game, the prequel game, comes out. Can't wait to play that. That's gonna be awesome.
Genesis.
The missing soldier first class? They're identical.
A Genesis copy.
Copy? A human copy?
Where's Angeal?
I thought he was fighting around here.
So he's gone too.
What? Wait, what does that mean?
It means Angeal has betrayed us as well.
No way! I know what kind of guy Angeal is, and he'd never do that! Angeal wouldn't betray us. Never!
Excuse me.
What's with Angeal? How long is he gonna slack off like this? It's already been a month. Sephiroth's no help either. Lumping Angeal together with Genesis. Genesis is a deserter who took a bunch of seconds and thirds along with him. He used copies of himself to attack us. Angeal wouldn't condone something like that. His soldier honor means way too much to him. Everything's so messed up now. Angeal, just come back to us.
Soldier second class, Zach.
That would be me. Who is this?
Director Lazard wants to see you. Go to the briefing room.
Hey, wait! Who was that?
How does he not recognize his voice?
Any word on Angeal?
He hasn't contacted his family either.
So what's this about?
A new assignment. I want you to go to the hometown of our missing soldier first class, Genesis.
Huh?
According to the parents, they've had no contact with Genesis whatsoever. But they can't be trusted.
Why?
They're his family. I had already dispatched some staff, but we've lost contact. I want you to go and investigate. He will go with you.
Sung.
Song of the Turks.
This job is looking really gloomy.
Let me know when you're ready to go.
Yeah, let's go see what missions, etc. we can get first. Yeah, I know how the DMW works.
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Oh, hey! It's Kunzel. Did you read my mail?
Not yet. I'll read it later. I'm in a meeting in the briefing room right now.
Gotcha. Hey, can I talk to you after that?
I'm kind of busy, but if you can keep it short...
Yeah, that's fine. Alright, I'll be outside the briefing room.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go for a quick smoke. And I'm back. Oh. I might end up doing some play testing for my buddy's tabletop RPG that he's making. Alrighty. Oh, what do I want to... Let's go talk to
Hey,
Kunso.
Zach. Word of advice? You should go places and do stuff before missions. You know, so you don't have any regrets. So, what do you say we go down to 1 and head to Sector 8?
Sure, why not? And he just ditches you. What a bugger.
Here we are, Sector 8. Okay, now we should split up.
Wait, what? You brought me here just to ditch me?
Don't you get it? This is for you. You usually have so little time before assignments, and you can get more done if you're on your own.
It would have been cooler if you got the rip around with Kunso.
If you want to go back, go that way. See ya, Zach. I'll be in touch.
Go up here, get these various things done, get back, do some missions.
Oh, thanks for patrolling Midgar.
You're with Soldier, I see. But what business do you have here?
Well, no business, really.
It is the duty of the 18th Squad of the Shinra Security Department to patrol the streets of Sector 8. Anyone who disturbs the peace in Sector 8, soldier or not, will be dealt with.
Whoa now, take it easy there, guy.
This is actually good timing. I have something to say. What Midgar needs right now is not Soldier.
What do you mean?
Who is it that finds lost children and takes them back to their mothers? Who is it that catches the crooks who steal change from vending machines? Who is it that warns young people talking loudly on their phone? That is all us. So, who Midgar really needs is...
Thanks for your service?
You won't be so arrogant for much longer. Security against...
Lovely. It's a... So... Well, X2 Gen... What we have... As a... Oh. Would you like if you... Welcome... Within that... I don't know... Right now, the...
Hey, Zach, there's a Turk waiting. I had no idea things were so hectic. Hey.
Naturally, soldiers, if
whoop some ass. I'm gonna take that one off. I can't remember if there's machines in here or not.
Weirdo. Busy and
wait.
then had freaking Pepsi delivery.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 6 pallets, and then I had freaking milk delivery. That was a couple of pallets. I had to do it all myself.
Shitty deal, man.
Well, I mean, not freaking. It was a.
Activating combat mode.
Take that! Ah! Better run for it!
Finally, a Moogle mode. Give me that sweet, sweet upgrade. Yeah, good damage, 1900.
Activating combat mode.
Burn, motherfucker.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Burn him up. Yeah, shut up, you arrogant bastard. That guy's so annoying. I'm in a genetically enhanced freaking monster, and that guy's a, what, regular soldier. Like, come on. Now this one, I think there might be some, some machines, but I don't remember.
Activating
we'll find out.
combat
Yep.
mode.
That's okay, they're still fucked up already. Come on, Moogle mode. Damn it. Freaking dud. Blap. Oh, it stunned me.
Conflict resolved.
The end! Oh yeah!
Come on, I want to get
Activating
another fight.
combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Out of the way!
Conflict resolved.
Dang.
Blah, blah, blah. Those guys are lame. Now this one might have
Activating
some.
combat mode.
Bring it on. Take that.
Maybe.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, mastered Firaga Blade. Excellent.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
Conflict resolved.
You know what? Instead of Firaga Blade, we'll put Blizzaga on. Just so we can, you know, get that one mastered too. Fuck it, we'll fight.
Activating combat mode.
Take that. Later. Take that.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the boss is right there. Okay. Well, I'll get into another fight.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on. Take that.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Got him.
Conflict resolved.
Yes, we have yet to win again, but I know the reason why.
Budgets. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, buddy. Come back to me when you've been freaking enhanced. How about that? What a delusional freaking SLB. I wonder what the boss is here. Hate these missions because it's so hard to see the chest sometimes.
Activating combat mode.
Take that. Got him. Take that.
Conflict
Oh
resolved.
yeah.
Activating combat mode.
See if I get it.
Bring
Yeah,
out
let's
the
use
big
it.
guns. Here
Wreck
we
'em
go.
with this.
Go, go, go. Oh
Conflict
yeah.
resolved.
Oh, I wish I had. Frickin'. I'm gonna put Kurog on.
Activating combat mode.
You're in for it now. Here we go. Go, go, go! Take that!
Nice, energy is mastered.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Our budget negotiations have borne fruit.
Yeah. I don't want to hear what you say, buddy. You wuss. Bring all the weapons you want. I'll wreck them all. Let's see if my buddy spotted on Discord. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Now that energy's mastered, let's put Quake back on.
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
Why can't I use Quake? Oh, I'm silenced.
Warm-up's over.
Concentrate.
I'm feeling it.
Hey, dude. Oh, crap. Give me 1 sec. I'm in the middle of a fight.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to, like, turn you up or something here. Why is it so low? What the shit? Let me see. Discord's cranked up. Let's turn Final Fantasy down. Weird.
Sorry, my headset. Can you hear me better?
Oh, maybe, yeah. I'll still turn you up a little bit. There, go ahead and talk again.
Check, mic check.
There we go. How do I sound?
Sound decent.
Okay, cool.
What
yeah,
are you
I'm playing Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Have you ever played this game before?
Sounds familiar, but
Yeah.
I don't reckon I've had.
Check my stream out, bro.
Activating combat mode.
Alright. In my
Don't-
Conan Exiles on right now.
Don't forget to like and subscribe, eh?
Conflict resolved.
Classic.
Oh, man.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
But yeah, I'd always just need testing on the spells mostly today. And then I'll
Conflict resolved.
probably look at some of the abilities and stuff like that. See
Well,
if
yeah,
there's
we should
anything that
probably
needs to be added.
We should probably test to see how well they all function, right? Bastard.
Conflict resolved.
Man, where's my last chest? Holy crap.
X after Mia tested it out yesterday, I think she might want to try to go for like caster build as well. Sounds like it.
As long as it's not useless.
Well, once we look at all the spells do something useful.
Yeah, there's nothing in it as like I think maybe that's one of the ways they kind of went wrong in like Pathfinder. Like cuz D&D 5th edition for instance, you can't make a character that is only really suitable for like one situation. Like because the primary focus of the game of course is, you know, combat. It's pretty hard to get away from having abilities. There are some classes or subclasses that are really bad, but you just don't play those, basically. All the abilities in the game are geared towards, you know, being useful in combat in some fashion. Whereas in Pathfinder, you have all these options that have nothing whatsoever to do with combat. And they're so niche. Right? Like, look what happened to me as character. It was a cool character concept when we first started War of Scorn, right? All she could do, she was a skill monkey. That's all she could do. Unfortunately.
That's true.
Right?
I mean, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna log out of here. I gotta...
You can keep going for a minute, because I'm still building fucking
okay. Well, I'll
shit over here at the moment, so you're good. You want to get to a stopping point, whatever. I'm just making our golem factories and stuff right now.
Golem factories.
You heard that game that came out? Golem,
yeah, I heard about it.
One of the worst receptions for a long time. People think there's like actual bots that's like trying to defend it. Like they have people like making robots trying to defend it.
I mean, that's a possibility, man.
What the fuck?
I would not be surprised. Let's just put it that way. Oh, what do I want to put in here? No, Gravaga? What do I want to put in here?
Nothing. You want nothing in there.
I'm putting Hellblazaga in.
Activating combat mode.
Holy shit, this thing is tough. And Quake ain't gonna do nothing, right? Yeah.
No.
Holy shit, man. Don't touch me! I almost wish I had Hell Fandaga and shit, man. Like, or, actually, I can instead put... Okay, because I know I'm going to be fighting humans. Oh, that's maxed out already, though. Could do Electrocute. Yeah, let's do Electrocute.
Like Electrocute?
No.
No, you said that. Actually,
Instant regret. Denied, motherfucker.
Alright, I'm at a stopping point. I'm gonna use the bathroom and then whatever you're getting, man, don't matter to me. I'll be back.
Sure about that?
Yeah.
Don't matter? Don't matter at all?
Don't matter.
Fuck, how did I miss the goddamn chest, man? Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'll see you in a few.
Engaging
go,
combat
motherfucker.
mode.
Burn them up. Come on, give me at least one limit. Oh, okay.
Conflict resolved.
Get enough. Report to unit captain at level 70. Okay. You know what? I better go do that first before I get off here. That way I remember. And then I'll go set up the old Temporal Divinity, I think is what it's called. That's right, loser. Wrecked you. I'll just save down here. All right, yeah. So that'll be it for the Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII for now. I'll go help my buddy test out his TTRPG, and then which will take me a moment to set up and whatnot. And so I'll be right back. The stream will stay up, but I'll be right back.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Ben. Benny boy. All right. So I'm gonna there. So stopped recording, and then no. I need to.
You
set
can
this
keep
up.
it if you want. I don't care.
What?
Unless you're just done for the day. Unless you're just done streaming for today.
No, I'm not. I just started streaming like an hour and a half ago or so.
Oh shit! You don't have to stop on my regard, man.
No, it's
Sorry.
cool. I already said I was gonna help you since like freaking Sunday, right? Saturday or Sunday. So. No, it's fine, dude. We can do this.
Because this is one of the last things I need to knock out real quick, and then I can just start worrying about building stuff. That's easy. I can do that whenever. And then just deciding when I want to throw items and stuff in certain areas and what have you. Shit.
It's all good.
It's all good in the hood, yeah.
Yeah, motherfucker. Temporal Divinity launch.
Lunch.
Turn on toolbar preview? What? What is this? Oh. We're redesigning the toolbar and layers navigation based on UX research and user testing, and we want to hear from you. Block the microphone. Okay, I gotta readjust this. None, cool. Video display. Names only, so it at least saved all that. Dice options. Enable. Oh, wait. You know what? Even though we're doing testing, I'm going to use my regular, my actual dice. I got to find them. Damn straight, bro. Okay, let me see. Turn on toolbar preview. Let's see what this looks like.
There used to be a way to like reduce the player's thing.
So this toolbar and layers preview, it says they've made it easier to switch between layers directly from the toolbar. Icons in the toolbar clearly show your selection, including the keyboard shortcut. This is the first step in our VTT redesign. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not going to leave feedback right now, obviously. I'm going to clear the chat. Because, yeah, I don't need that up. I will pop my character out. I guess I'm going to need some spells, Val. Which spells are we testing?
We're going to test all of them.
Oh,
the
boy,
biggest
okay.
things that I mean, obviously not the higher damage ones. We can just speculate
Why
on
not?
those ones.
Not, but we could. I mean, let's just start out with Arcane, right? Or what we could do is add, like, the
biggest thing is the level requirements to the stat requirements to acquire them. If it
12, 20, 30. Okay, so I'm a level 3 character right now, I think. Where's my character sheet, man? Oh, I think I need to not have it be a pop out. Otherwise, people can't see it when I actually pop shit up. So, sit in here. Yeah, close that. There we go. Okay, give me a sec. Yeah, this way people can actually see. Why is it not loading now? Oh, roll 20. Why are you such shit? Are you fucking kidding me? Well, I guess literally in here for a minute and now I gotta reload.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, man. How about you redesign your shit to work, roll 20? How about that? Fucking guys. Okay. So I'm this guy's level 1, dude. So if we just made him, let me see, leveling. Oh, if it would actually, like,
Also updated character creation where it's not as fucking shitty.
turn dark mode off. Yeah, that was the problem. It wasn't. Whoa. Okay, I will have to.
Yeah, character creation has
God,
been updated where it's not fucked. Because nobody was really able to buy or do anything without just saying level 1 weapon armor. That's it. No, that's
Really?
boring, right?
Why?
Because it was at 20 points and how it was all set up. It was
Wait,
level 1, 10 points.
I thought it was.
Weapon, 5
I thought it was like
armor, 5 points.
if you start
It was
out
20.
Oh, see, what you should
I
do is
updated-
just because the total attribute points you would have is 20, 40, 55. Right? Like you should just change the cost number. So the first one is 20 because it says start at level 1. Wait, 30 points allotted. Oh, you're saying if you pick level 1, it's 10.
Increased.
Oh, I would just take that
I-
out, dude. Like for a start level 1, 2, 3.
You start at 0. You can start off as a wretch if you want to. I don't recommend it, but you can.
Yeah, but here's what's weird about this, right? If you go to character advancement and you pick level, it says required currency 10. Like I don't know, maybe it should. So when we start this, are we going to be level 0? Is what you're saying?
If you don't choose, yeah, you'd be stuck with 10 stats across the
Oh,
board. But if you want to do that, I mean, you have 10 points to spend elsewhere, right?
mm-hmm. And then it's like 10 souls or whatever the hell it's called, right?
Yeah. There's one thing I do have to remove because spell memory is allotted to level now and
Mhm.
items. So I need to remove that actually.
Okay. Where is it? Yeah, get off my screen, roll 20 freaking shit. Excuse me. Spells. Arcane spells. Okay, so like the damage is probably
It's based off the staffs, so pull up the staffs first.
Oh.
I guess it doesn't really matter what staffs, because I gotta test the damage on the staffs itself to make sure it's even worth it, right? So the very first staff is 4d10.
4d10 damage for level 1 spell?
Yep.
Okay. But that means that all damage spells all do the same amount of damage, or what?
That's why the
Oh, plus
spells.
10 bonus damage, I see. Plus
That's
20
why
bonus damage.
a lot of these were placeholders, so I can find out what exactly I want to do.
See, I mean, it costs FP, though, so...
And that doesn't really regen very easily. So you
Yeah.
gotta make it worth it when you're spending. That's why the damage was a little bit higher.
Like, where's my mana points? I have 100 mana. How much does it cost? 15 MP. So, like, realistically... I mean, if I fire Lesser Arcane Arrow, it's essentially the same as Arcane Arrow or Great Arcane Arrow. It just costs less.
I think you can fire it 6 times.
Well, it's 15.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you can
15,
fire
30.
Yeah, it's 15 MP, so you can fire it 6 times before it needs your
Yeah.
flask.
I'm just looking at the... Let me see. So there's homing, fire an arrow of arcane energy outward of 40 feet plus 10 bonus damage. This ability cannot be dodged. So does homing arcane arrow require an attack roll or no? Is it like magic missile? Effectively?
It's still going to require an attack.
Oh, then why is it homing arcane arrow? You know what I mean? That's very...
Because the essence is you can't really dodge it, but you can try to block it, right?
I mean,
I can name it whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Because I mean, the name as it stands, homing, like implies that you don't have to aim the thing, right? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. I implied that it can't dodge because it's following you wherever you go.
Arcane spear. Fire a powerful spear of great arcane energy outward of 60 feet plus 10 bonus damage by passing half of the target's spell resistance. Freezing arrow. Frozen mist. Frozen weapon. Bio weapon granting it plus 10 frost DC lasting for 3 rounds. So frozen weapon doesn't increase like your damage or anything, it just gives it frost, right?
Yep.
Okay. So
instead of just your normal attack rating for the DC, it's now attack rating plus 10.
Wait, what? Imbue a weapon granting it plus 10 frost DC lasting for 3 rounds. I thought that meant that they rolled a save versus it or something.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Normally when a weapon is already enchanted with frost, the DC is going to be the attack rating, right? Like we discussed. If it doesn't, and you want to enchant it, whatever the enchant value says, that's addition on top of the attack. So if you rolled a 10, you add the bonus of the enchant there. So this one's plus 10, so the DC instead of 10 is 20. 10 to 10, 20. That makes sense. It makes doing it worth, I mean, it makes spending the FP worth because it's a better value than just applying a grease or something, right? I think grease I have set to 5.
Give me a sec here. I gotta...
Or just somebody just enchanted their weapon to be frost or something.
I just gotta change the titles and stuff on my stream. Give me a sec here. Okay. Dunzo. Okay. Now that I got that done, save. Okay. I will be right back, dude.
All right, man. No worries.
I'm going to go for a quick smoke. And I guess I'll just minimize all this shit so that people can actually see the shit on my screen. Okay, so if you want, what we could do to test, I don't know, what's the requirements here. I'm just looking at the maximum minimum requirement: 30, 32, 42. Altered timeline, temporal infusion, chronostasis, vortex warp. So temporal, so 50 is the highest I would need. And leveling explained for my character. Because what we could do is I can bump my level up to whatever is necessary. I need 40 points. So 20, 35. So let me be level 4, dude. Because then some of these higher level spells, like temporal blink, I can attempt
whatever level you
right?
want to, whatever level you want to.
And then for like the other spell schools, I can just swap it from like intelligence or whatever to, you know, the necessary stat so that it rolls correctly, etc. So we'll start with the arcane ones.
I'm gonna be bumping up skills too, I think, because it just falls off way too fucking hard. Too fast. Because once you hit level 19, it goes to +1 skill per level, and you're forced to put that into dodge, block, or parry. Why wouldn't you? Right? You're going to be falling, and that's going to neglect other skills like your resistances and stuff. So you're kind of fucked, right? I don't really want that.
Oh, does caster level get taken into account for spells and stuff here? You know, the way it does in Pathfinder and stuff. Like if you look at the character sheet under configuration, there's spellcasting, CL, because that determines a lot of things normally on the character sheet.
No, it is going to be cut and dry. It's not going to be anything fancy.
Okay. Right. I didn't even. Let me see. I'm not sure if I should put that in here or probably put it on my main page. Maybe. Yeah, I'll worry about that when I get back. I'll put the spells on there, and then I might as well bring these up. Holy Divine. Because some of these I can still test with you know, my since I have weapons and everything. No, I don't need to. No, I don't need to, because some of them, like the frost weapons and stuff, right? I already have weaponry and everything already set up for attacks and everything. And like ideally what I would be doing is, say I was like going a paladin-esque or a dark knight-esque character, I'd choose Holy Divine or Unholy Divine and whatever stats are necessary for that, right? So like Unholy Divine is wisdom. Holy Divine is also wisdom. So, I mean, ideally, I could actually pick both of those. I could get spells from both of those just from having wisdom, right? And heretic spells, I think, are they charisma? Yeah, they're charisma. And then, of course, arcane is intelligence, right? So, like I said, what we could do is, because I don't know what the highest level of ceiling is for this stuff, 50. It looks like 50 for a stat. So yeah. So
Just
when
quite a bit.
yeah,
Unless
I'll just put it at 50, and then we need to determine. We'll worry about hit points and stuff like that after.
Yeah, I'm not going to be attacking you. It's just I just want to test the actual.
Oh, I thought we were going to do it. Come on, man. Let's make it interesting.
If you want, I mean,
yeah. Might as well do, because we can just keep the combat going. Like if I need to, I'll just pop flasks. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. I'll just use the militant for now, just give him inflated HP.
Yeah, whatever you gotta do, just so I can just sit there and sling spells, and some of the spells I'm gonna be able to heal and stuff, right? So just give me unlimited FP.
In order to cast these spells, you need the corresponding weapon to cast them.
Yes. Yeah, we'll just.
There
I don't.
are some spells and abilities that allow you to cast back and forth.
Whoa. Oh, what do you mean?
I think this. So it is. It's in here. Hang on.
If it's one that allows me to cast all types, like let's just forego that. I'm not going to be bonking people with the staff.
The Pilgrim
or whatever.
staff allows you to. Yeah, allows you to cast divine, arcane, and heretic spells.
Oh, is there nothing for unholy divine, or is that counted in the same category?
So that counts as arcane. For
Unholy?
divine.
Unholy divine?
So divine chimes use holy and unholy spells. That's what they do.
Oh.
I'm just saying if you want to cross spells.
Yeah, but I mean, for now, right now, just for the testing, I don't need to add that onto my sheet, right? Like, it doesn't do anything, right?
So the actual chime, staves, and tomes are the spell bonus damage multipliers.
Okay.
So I'll pull up a chime. Yeah, see how it
here we
says 4d10? When you're doing your damage, that's 4d10 on top of whatever bonuses that you're getting, right? That's what I need to test. I need to test, is this damage acceptable? Do I need to adjust the damage on the actual spell? Should there be a unique scaling modifier? That's what I need to test today. That's the biggest thing. I need to make sure these spells are actually...
I mean, let's just say everything does 4d10 damage, right? As a baseline. And then how do you add damage to that? Like, it's based off your ability
spell
score,
itself.
right?
Yeah, your ability score, you add, intelligence. So if you use the Pilgrim Chime, your wisdom scaling is C. So that's like 50% of your wisdom.
As bonus damage?
As bonus damage, yep.
Does it also count towards attack rolls? That bonus? Or no?
No, it's treated just like weapons. You add your intelligence. Actually, that's another thing I gotta pick up. Weapons are dexterity and dex mod for your attack, right? On top of whatever bonuses that you get.
Are they?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's been a minute.
while.
I know.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Okay. Well,
So-
hold that thought. I'm gonna go for a quick smoke and then I'll be right back because I'm kind of distracted thinking about having a smoke. So, all right.
Good.
Okay. I'm back.
Welcome
back and
man.
black. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So let's start with arcane spells. Come on, can I?
So here is the spell damage. I'll post it in here to make it easy. Spell attacks are Wiz plus Anchor plus Charisma, and weapons, strength, dex, right? The damage is going to be the weapon scaling. So in this case, the chime or whatever you plan to use.
Yeah,
plus
I'll
the
just use
spell
the
damage
first one.
plus chime level. Okay.
So
if it's unupgraded, then it's just the chime level plus the spell
yeah.
damage.
I'll
If
just
there is
add
no
it
spell
here.
damage, then just the chime level.
Chime. I'll just put
or
the
whatever
chime.
spell you plan to use. Yeah.
So spell attacks are oh wait, no.
All the first level tomes, chimes, and staffs are 40-10, so it really doesn't really matter.
I'm just looking for the name. Apprentice staff.
And only the staves can be used as melee weapons if you want to. I mean, they're not great, but they're there.
Like 5, 6 to 8.
Okay, so there's a distinction between each spell plus spell damage bonus plus chime level bonus. Okay, because
Maybe he's gone, but
right, and then they just do additional damage based on the spell,
yeah, I
right?
think he's still gone.
Yep, so standard 40-10 plus the spell damage, if it has one.
Yeah.
And then the level of the chime. If it doesn't have a level, then I think it's 5 damage for level 1. We're not leveling them. We're doing the weapon leveling rules. Keep it simple.
Oh my god. Freaking roll 20 sometimes, man. What is this?
You can
Damage.
add the scaling.
Yeah, we're not going to worry about that right now.
Well, but you still need weapon scaling, just like in weapons, right? For the actual damage. So it's C and Wisdom.
Okay.
And a C is 40% weapon scaling. So 40% of your Wisdom gets added as bonus damage.
Okay. Description or...
So 40-10 plus weapon scaling plus spell damage. Nope.
Let me see here.
That is
So see... Wait, staff is... Why is it under wisdom? For apprentice staff.
I probably need to fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an error.
Because
Yeah.
you...
See stuff like that, that's what I gotta fix too.
Okay, so 40% of intelligence.
You gonna sit on me?
Where's my character sheet? I will. So, C scaling plus 40% of int as extra damage. Okay. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. And then under each spell, I guess I'll put
You don't got either one.
okay. Right. And damage 4d10 type arc
You got daycare still?
plus
Okay.
nothing.
Nope.
Just to have it on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only one thing, the Kira bundle.
Okay, first spell.
You remember him?
Yeah, I remember him.
You want me to get him?
Yeah.
Called
What's up, you?
Lesser Arcane Arrow. Okay, so ranged uses intelligence. And then the attack rolls are just based off of the stats, right? Like the modifier?
Yeah, so attack is charisma plus intelligence plus.
Wait, what? Oh, I don't think you're going to need that,
All
dude.
three.
No, for attack. I have a plus 20 mod right now at 50 intelligence. for an attack roll. If I was...
It's based off modifier, so... Yeah, so I mean, if you don't have anything for Charisma or Wisdom, then it's not a big deal.
Well, I have a +2 in Charisma, but I don't think it's necessary for you to have... Like, it should correspond to the corresponding stat. You know what I mean? I don't think it's going to be necessary, because...
That's what Strength and Dex is, though. They get both as well. And there's going to be some spells that scale to both, so why not, right?
Yeah, but just because they scale for damage doesn't mean they need to use attack roll modifiers from all stats that are... You know what I mean? Because, like, I'm level 4.
I mean, it's not going to be a big deal. I mean, +2 extra attack rating, but you already got a +20. That's not going to be...
Dude, if I went full caster, and I was ripping around with a Divine Chime and an Arcane Staff, or Heretic spells, whatever is necessary. Like, say I just went pure caster and I had all 3. By level 4... Where is it? By level 4, I'd have 20, 40, 55, 70 points. They all start at 3, so that's 20, 40, 60. So I could have 30 in 2 spellcasting modifiers. Let's say go 40 intelligence, 30, and 30. That would be a total of plus 25 mod for attack rolls at level 4. As a pure caster with those 3 stats.
So I mean, it still equals out no matter what you do. It's just, it gives the players an option. If they want to multi-class and do all the spells, there's an option to do it. Obviously, you're not going to be as good as a pure intelligence caster, but locking someone to a single stat based off what they're...
But you're doing that for damage already. For scaling, right?
Yes.
Well, unless the weapon obviously has scaling for damage from the other stats, but then you'd be divine. But that's a little bit different, I think. Damage doesn't scale the same way as if you want spellcasters to never miss, right? Like I would even say maybe it's like half for attack rolls. It's half, just because they're never going to miss.
That's saying if players wanted level intelligence, wisdom, charisma.
Why wouldn't they
exclusively together? Like
why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
So I mean, if you want to, I mean, if you want to be more of a wisdom caster, you can if you want. But why would you level all 3 different schools when A, you only have so many spell slots, B, you got to buy all those spells to begin with, learn them, find all the tomes for them, right?
Yeah.
Why not have each person be... I mean,
my point is, why even have attack rolls for spells when they're basically guaranteed to hit?
You're spraying me with it.
Whereas attack rolls with weapons... What do you mean you can't make it like that?
Spells be guaranteed to hit? Because I was not planning on that.
No, I don't... What I'm saying is with the modifiers... Oh,
you're lagging. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You sure it's me or
it's
you?
You better not.
You don't have to like time it. You just
I got 2 bars on my internet. Might be me.
I got 3, man. You lagged out for a second there on my end.
It's probably mine then.
Hold on a sec. Anyways, so what is it to make an attack roll again? A D20 plus your modifier, right?
Yep, so for normal weapons ranged and D20 plus strength mod plus dex mod.
Like, I don't think it's as much of an issue with strength and dex, specifically because you have to divide your stats between them for wielding weapons and stuff like that. Like, there's strength and dexterity requirements. You know what I mean?
Whereas the amount is so low. Like, most of these weapons are so low that it doesn't really matter. And it's only there if you want to build a quality build. Like, that's why I'm allowing dex and strength exclusively to be put together when you attack, because people like Josh who want to build a quality build, that option is there. They're not stuck being like, well, you can only use strength because technically it's a strength-based weapon.
Yeah, yeah.
They'd be like, well, I'm fucked. Why would I ever put points in dexterity? I should only stick with a strength only or dex only thing. And that's gonna be the same way with casting. Why would I ever put points in wisdom or charisma if I can only choose one when I'm spellcasting? That's just a waste.
Okay. So what do you have to hit when you go to? It's like,
it's a normal attack.
Is it an opposed roll or something though?
Yeah, so it's treated just like a weapon attack, except you're doing it as a spell. You'll spell damage, right?
But just remind me, how does an attack roll versus an enemy work?
They can block, parry, dodge, or just take the hit. Pretty much.
Okay.
So if you roll to attack, that's the DC to beat it based off block, parry, or dodge. Remember?
Yeah. So that again, that's I mean, you're gonna have to scale enemies hard like this too. You know, because otherwise they're never going to
So what's the
dodge,
difference
and they're
between
not going
someone-
to, and they're not going
So-
to hit.
Reverse the stats. Reverse the stats then. Put points into strength and dex, equivalent to the amount you put into intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. And tell me if there's a difference in the attack.
Yeah, I'm not saying there would be a difference. I'm saying that
Then what's
the
the point?
issue is regarding, I think, like you're scaling for enemies now, like them opposed to players. Players are always going to have the upper hand unless you scale them every time a group or a player gets a level. You're going to have to ensure that bare minimum all your creatures have the same numbers, because otherwise it's going to be so unevenly balanced in the favor of players. Because right now I'm going to hit super easy. Like right now I have my wisdom's supposed to be 10, but right now, like with an arcane spell, I have a plus 22. So like the minimum I can roll, like I don't know, I'm assuming one
Well,
is
what level
always
would you need to
considered
be? So if you were to make 50 points into intelligence together, we'll just say you're min-maxing. What level would you need to be? Level 3?
4. Level 4 only.
Be
And there's
level 4.
30 levels. So you see what I mean?
Attributes.
Yes, that's with
Let's test it. So 40. So level 3 would be 55 points. So put all 54 points in intelligence and the rest in constitution.
Well, right now I'm in, like at level 1, I went for a build where I could wield weapons, right? And shit. I have the ancient blade on here, etc. or whatever. I still have all that shit on here. I haven't done anything regarding like any extra abilities or anything like that I might have aside from the spells, right?
So like the level 3 dudes, like they have a plus 10 to their block, and that's without me putting any points into it, because they have 30 points in strength and 30 points in constitution as a mob, right?
Okay, I'm just saying that
That's a
like
short sword.
unless
so if I put
you
3 points in that based on the level, they have a 16 based off of a 20 for your attack. So it's not that bad because I'm leveling creatures with the same formula, right? Except they don't have the same intelligence. I'm going to be rolling a d6 to decide how many times can they block, a d4 to decide how many times they can block or attack, right? It's not going to be an intelligent creature, right? And the boss is going to have unique abilities that's not the same as striking with a weapon. So a lot of these stats are going to match players in some regard.
So like if
They're
I
not
put
going to have the intelligence.
if I put strength at 50, right? So that's plus 20. So my block with 50 strength is without any ranks or anything in it is plus 20. So the lowest I can roll is 21 or a 22. And the highest I could roll is a 40. If I got a crit, like a 20, right? So all I'm saying is, I guess with that, keep your monsters on par, like so that they could at least get somewheres close to that, right?
Yeah, but if you're putting 50 points into something, I mean, if you're min-maxing, then yeah, I mean, it's a high risk, high reward type of thing. But monsters will be scaled using the same exact as players anyway. So I mean, it doesn't really matter because the numbers are going to add up and equal out the same.
Yeah, I would just say as long as they can keep up in terms of making and dodging and stuff, like making attack rolls, dodging, etc.
Yeah, I can make an enemy right now. Choose a level. You make a character. I'll make a character. We'll see if we can't break it right now.
I mean,
Make it
whatever. Let's just use these guys because I don't want to make a whole other character sheet and have to do a bunch of other shit,
enough, man.
right? Yeah, that's why I'm just like, I'll just change the stat on here in the level, right, or whatever. Hit points. How do hit points work again?
2 times con.
2 times con per level, right? Is that per
just
level?
2 times con raw.
What?
2 times con.
Oh.
Yep.
But that means
Always
I'll
been
never
that way.
get more hit points? Like,
So if you put a point into Constitution, instead of 18, it goes to 19. 2 times 19.
oh.
So instead of a 36, it'd be 38. So every
That's-
point you put in there, it goes up.
That's like... I'm not gonna
That's the
lie,
same way
that's
for
kind of...
1 hit point left.
If you equivalent to, let's say you're a level 3 and you have
One
a D10 or a D10 class, right? That's 30 plus 4, 34 HP. Or plus, what, 4 times 12? 30 plus 12 equals 42 compared to 36. That's if
Yeah,
you
that's
roll
like
to 10
nothing.
every
That's only a.
single time.
That's like.
That's a level 3 character that has rolled a 10 every single level.
What do you mean, rolled a 10? I thought you didn't roll for hit points.
Well, you know what I mean, Matt. You know what I mean, right? Obviously, when it's normal Pathfinder, right? Normal Pathfinder.
Yeah, you roll.
My roll is 3dx. Take the highest, right?
Yeah.
Other DMs don't do that, right? They like Roxy.
Yeah, I know. It's just
roll.
whatever.
Right? If you
Well,
get a
Roxy
1,
doesn't even let
it's
you
XP.
roll, so.
Oh, well, you know.
Which is fucking.
Other DMs, like if you rolled a 1, I'm okay, sorry. In a realistic, normal campaign setting, if you roll perfectly, you would have 42 HP. Average would probably be about 30, realistically. So it incentivizes actually putting points into Constitution, probably at least 1 point of level to keep leveling it. And it's not a huge growth, right? It's going to be small growths as you go. But I don't think HP was an issue. Was it an issue when we tested last time?
I don't know. I never thought beyond level 1 with that though, because this character was just first level. Right.
So that's something you're going to have to consider, because if you want to make a glass cannon, you literally can if you want to.
I mean, that would be ridiculous because you'd have a level. You could be a level 30 character with like 30 hit points. I don't think that would be good at all. Literally, you get flicked by
somebody
anything.
Would probably do it. I don't think anybody in this group, but if I ever ran this for other people, I think somebody would be retarded enough to actually do that.
Yeah, that'd be retarded. Damage. 4d10. Arcane. Plus. I'm gonna take that off.
But do you think the HP should be higher?
Well, I'm thinking that maybe there should be a roll or something for it. Each level.
Oh, you roll your HP each
or
level?
something, or like you get like your mod. So like say your first level, it's like it starts out how much you said, right? But then maybe each level after that, it's like you add your modifier to it. So it's not a massive jump, but you still make some gains. So even somebody then who takes no.
So explain the math to me.
Okay, so what's the formula for hit points at level 1?
2 times con modifier, or con score, no matter what.
Plus your modifier, right? Plus the modifier.
That will get out of hand quick, I think.
No, how would it get out of hand? You would only gain like 3 or 4 or whatever it is, right?
So let's say it's level. Let's say you're at 18 right now, right? Times.
Or at least maybe how about whenever the modifier increases, your HP increases by that amount.
Then that's even less.
That would. What do you mean that's even less?
Whenever your modifier increases, that's 2 points. So you put it in there. So we could test it. So say you have 10, right? Times 2, you have 20, right?
Yeah.
You go up to 12, do 12 times 2, you get 24. Or you can do, what was it? Modifier times what again? What was the math you did?
It'd be, so at level 1, it's whatever your Constitution mod is, times 2, right? And then what I would say is your modifier times 2 plus the or the score times 2 plus your modifier, and then each time your Constitution modifier increases, you would add that amount to your HP.
I think the scaling on that
like retroactively.
The 50, like for example, 50, like say 50 Constitution, 100 HP. Plus 20, 120 HP.
Or like you could even go, what's your Constitution? Instead of doubling the Constitution mod, it could be your con mod plus your modifier at first level. So like say mine's 18 at first level. That's what it was with this character. 18 plus 4, right? So that's 22 hit points. Then the next time I put points in, say I put enough to get it up to 20, I gain an additional hit point. So 25. This time, right, it's not but it at 50 con, right, it's a plus 20 mod. So it's like every time I'm putting points, you would want to put at least like 1
HP would be 70 compared to 100. So you're losing HP if you do that then.
What do you mean?
You said score plus the con mod, right?
At first level. And then every level after that, it's whatever your con mod is bumped up to. Like, and whenever you
So-
put points into it, you would retroactively like adjust things accordingly based on your level. You know what I mean? Like, this is how you do it in D&D and Pathfinder, right? Like, if your Constitution modifier changes in Pathfinder,
Yeah, that's normal, right? Yeah, you roll a hit die.
no, forget the
and you add
rolling.
the con mod, right?
If your con modifier changes, you retroactively add that, and then when you gain a level thereafter, like, you get the new modifier as well. That's how that works in there. Because now you have like a steady incline of HP. You wouldn't ever have to worry about somebody making some ridiculous thing where they freaking only where they only have their starting hit points or something like that when they're level 30, because that would be pretty freaking stupid. At least this way they would have a
if someone
steady
does that,
increase.
it's their own fucking fault, honestly.
Right?
It's like in Dark Souls, right? You can choose not to level Vigor if you don't want to. Right?
Yeah, but every level you gain as a character, your hit points still go up a bit. Right?
It does regardless, as long as you put points into it.
Is it only when you put points into con or whatever in?
Yes. You have to
into
put points
vigor?
into con.
Oh.
Yeah. Just like strength, you have to put points into strength to get more damage. You have to put points into wisdom to get more wisdom-based stuff. Same with con. You have to
So
put
is
points
it?
in there to get your
So
HP.
if it's so like double con score plus modifier, like, because otherwise, what's the modifier good for in terms of your hit points?
It's for your skills, your bleed resistance,
Oh.
poison resistance, stuff like that.
But
remember?
okay, so then as a question for that, why does everything else have a modifier for other things aside from skills, but Constitution does?
Strength and dex is for weapon,
Attack rolls and damage, right?
Yep, intelligence,
Same with
wisdom for attack and damage.
they do the
yep.
same thing, and they also apply to
Constitution-
skills.
Yeah, in some regard.
But Constitution doesn't. Like, it's a bit weird to have left that out. Like,
What would you give it then?
I would just
What
be
would you
like,
give it?
okay, so your hit points or whatever your con mod is at first level times 2, plus the mod.
That's not my view.
So like,
So here's
every
the,
time,
the
every
original
so
argument then. What's the point of
I
increasing
need a new
HP
one.
if mobs are going to be following the HP formula relatively the same?
What do you mean?
If I increase the HP threshold too much, the sense of danger isn't really there anymore.
Yeah, but you're
Like,
only
when we tested. You used a level 1 character against a level 3. You only got down to half HP by yourself, which was pretty much like a
So
boss character.
if we went and made it Constitution plus Constitution score plus the modifier at 50 con, like say I kept my intelligence at 10. So right now, technically, at 4th level, I could have a character that has 100 to 120 HP. You know what I mean? If I'm adding the modifier. Like, so the modifier isn't being added every level. It's just whatever the modifier is based on the score, you know? So that's always the total additional. Okay, so it's Constitution times 2. Whatever your score is times 2. If I put it to 50, times 2 is 100. Plus the con mod is 20.
So every time they level up, they're adding a con mod?
Well, your con mod would increase if I put it to 52, right?
So say it's at 24. I'm going to use another card sheet, so I'm not messing with yours here. Hang on. So say I am at 24 con, right? I start off with 24 con because I put all my points there. I'm at 24 with a cons or the modifier of 7, right? So 24.
No,
times
don't
2.
double the con mod. Don't double the con mod. And
Oh.
don't add it every level. Like, you're not, like, if my modifier is 20, you're not retroactively adding it. And I'm just saying you should add the modifier as well onto the total. So it's like, you know, when you make attack rolls or damage rolls.
I think I what you're getting. Yeah, it's just something you have to manually update. I think that's going to confuse a couple players. Honestly,
How,
'cause
though?
you
I don't think
confused
so.
me.
I don't think so. Because, look.
It confused me a little bit.
My number is 50, right?
Yep.
50
times 2 is 100
times
plus
2.
20.
Yeah, and then you just add your whatever the total modifier is on that. But you don't do it every level.
Yeah, thing is, I'm going to have to make sure the players actually pay attention to that. Because I
Why
know
wouldn't
Mike will
they?
probably. I know Mike has. I've done it for a couple times with Mike, where he does understand the math or the wording, along with me.
Oh,
and
I
not
mean,
so
it's
much on
pretty
Tyler.
simple math. Con
I know.
score times 2 plus modifier. So, like, you just explain it in terms of, like, when you make attack rolls and stuff like that, when you get, like, a crit, you don't double your ability score modifier in the damage and stuff, right?
I could just make it even more easier, because if you're worried about HP, I don't think HP is a problem. I haven't ran into it yet. A lot easier way is to times it by 3. It only increases by another 20 points, which isn't a big deal.
Huh?
That
Sorry,
way people
explain that again. Say that again.
What part? All of it, or?
I mean, you said something about ×3 or whatever.
Okay, so I personally don't think HP is an issue right now. That's not why I'm wanting to test stuff today. Until we actually see a higher level, right? It might change. I don't know. Maybe this all falls apart. I hope it doesn't. It might not.
I just think
instead of trying to do ×2 adjust con mod every single time you put points in there, because I think
it auto adjusts the con mod first of all, so it tells you exactly.
Yeah.
Like every time you put, so if every level, for instance, if I put 2 in, okay, so your hit points is always, it's not additive. It's just, this is your total hit points.
I know how it works, Matt.
Right?
I know
Con
how it
times
works.
2.
I know how it works.
Right?
I understand.
So instead of 36 hit points, if I put it up to 20, I would have 45 hit points.
I know.
Like 20.
You already explained it. I know how it works.
Yeah. So I don't understand how that would be difficult to explain to even somebody like Mike. You know what I mean?
No. First off, I don't think HP needs to be adjusted that high yet. That's my personal opinion. That needs to be tested, right? If everyone agrees, yes, let's increase HP across the board.
No, I'm just.
It might slow combat down a little bit because the HP numbers will be a little bit higher than normal. It's a little inflated.
By like 1 point every 2 points into con. That's it.
Adds up, man. Like 20 extra HP.
Yeah, but
that adds
a
up.
4th level character, the damage the enemies can output, especially if they, right? Like, because their damage is going to be roughly equivalent to players with their weaponry and stuff, right?
Relatively.
And look at how fast I was taking those guys out. Look at how much damage they were able to do to me. Right? So it's not like, I don't think the damage is going to be, compared to hit points, I don't think it's going to be that crazy.
Instead of doing con mod ×2 plus adjusted modifier every single level, why don't you just do con mod ×3, where it's relatively going to be the same amount? So then 18 times 3, right, would be 54 compared to.
Wait, what? Times 3
plus. Hang on a second.
That's
so
way
18
more,
times
dude.
2 plus 4. I know, but it's not going to be much more than what it was originally at. So 18 times 2 is
30
plus 4 equals
36.
40. So you'd be getting 40
What?
extra damage. 40 extra HP.
Oh.
18
Well,
times 2 equals 36 plus
yeah,
4.
yeah.
So I can also change it. 18 times 3 would equal 54.
Yeah, that's way more.
14 more. Exactly.
Yeah, that's way
If
more.
we're going to do that, I would rather just times it by a whole number each and every level, so I can just keep track of it for enemies at least, so it's easier for me. And it's easier for players, I think. I literally think players are going to get confused on this. I
mean,
just
but
have a bad feeling,
this is how though. This is something we do normally in
I know.
D&D and stuff. We're
Nor-
all
and
familiar
normal.
with that. Like
Yeah,
it's
you
actually
roll, add
even
modifier.
yeah, which is
This is
even more
harder.
complicated. How is it
We're
harder?
not timesing the Constitution modifier.
I'm not saying to multiply the Constitution modifier. I'm saying
I know how
add
it works.
it.
I know how it works. I know your idea, right? Normal Pathfinders roll a hit die, add con mod. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
This we're timesing the Constitution modifier. You're adjusting how many points you put into it, and we add the con modifier afterwards, and then you adjust
No,
to hit points.
okay, you mean the score. Score
Yeah,
multiplied
times the score. Yes, times the score.
plus
you add the
modifier.
Constitution modifier. You add it to hit points, making sure players don't add extra hit points based off every time they level.
Yeah, that's why you just say whatever con score times 2 plus modifier. That's your total. Like that's it. Like you don't, and that's not added every level. It's just whenever con goes up, the total of those 2 or those 3 things.
If we're
con
going to do that, we're
score
going to have to word
times
it
whatever.
I'm going to word it very, very, very specific. So, because when you first explained it to me, I'm like, man, that's going to ramp.
I mean, to make it even simpler, you could just say it's your Constitution modifier plus your Constitution modifier. Like Constitution score,
Add modifier
sorry.
twice?
No, score plus modifier every level. Like every time, that way every time it goes up, like like the hit points are kind of kept lower. So if I put it up, like at 4th level, I could bump this up to 50, and I would have 70 hit points. Like, that's even easier because it's just score plus mod. You know what I
Then
mean?
you're like even lower HP than what I was expecting.
I mean,
That's too low.
Why is it too low, though?
That's like 30 points too low.
Do you think that's really going to be too low? With, like, the fact that we have healing flasks, we're probably going to have people that have healing spells and stuff like that?
Then why even adjust the Constitution modifier at that point?
Well,
If we're
'cause
too high at
for-
one end, too low at the other. Let's just keep it the way it is then. ×2 is easy.
Okay.
If we're worried about it being too high,
I'm not
if we're
worried about it being too. I'm not worried about either one of those. I'm just
then let's
offering
just keep it the way it
alternatives.
is. Why are we changing it?
Well, I'm just wondering why nothing's being done with the modifier when it's directly tied to Constitution. Like, aside from skills, when every single other ability score has something to do with the score regarding attack rolls and everything like that, like other effects aside from just skills, right? Whereas with
that's how it is
it's the
for
outlier, right?
Elder Scrolls or Elden Ring, right?
What?
If Vigor doesn't really play too much outside of HP and your resistances to a couple things. That's it. That's all it's meant for. I'm not really going to go super ham into trying to make Constitution more than what it's really meant.
Yeah, but we're not talking about Elden Ring or Dark Souls right now. We're talking about this game, which functions differently because of the ability scores, right? Because the ability scores have modifiers.
The essence of the Scroll of the Soul series it's kind of stayed true across Dark Souls 1 up until Elden Ring, where Vigor, or Constitution this matter, is very simple and it's not a very complex stat. Increases HP, increases your resistances to a couple things. That's it. And that's what I'm going to keep Constitution for. I don't want to mess with it too much and give it any other unique, fancy thing. There's no reason for it. At first, I was thinking about, cool, maybe I can add like a body slam type of thing based off your max HP and stuff. I ran into that issue in auras where I'm like, no, people would stack Constitution and auras. They would get their temp HP shields like fucking crazy, and they body slam over and over again, and they'd be unkillable. You're like, well, I want to be able to touch the fucking player, so I am not going to run into that issue here. I've learned my lesson. I am not doing it.
Okay.
I think just for now, just do ×2, and if we run into an issue where damage is too low, then we can do, con plus mod, or your other idea of con ×2 plus mod adjusted. But I think for now, just to keep it simple, just ×2 preferably.
Okay.
I'll write them down so I don't forget if we ever run into that issue. I'll write it down here. Feedback. What was the math again?
It'd just be your either your Constitution score plus modifier for hit HP, right? So
what was the other version?
And the other would be how you initially have it is score ×2 plus con mod, and that's your equals total HP. So you don't roll or gain. Make a note that it would be you don't gain that every level. It's just whenever the con mod Constitution score goes up. It's that score double ×2 plus the mod. I think that's pretty simple.
I'll keep it. I'll just say non-stacking so I remember it because it's a non-stacking ability. It's a static thing.
Ooh, I did it! I did it!
Okay, so I put it in feedback notes so I will remember if we ever get to that issue. I don't think it will be, but we'll see if it happens.
Oh, I forgot about that. Let me see. Oh no, it doesn't get a +10 damage bonus. Never mind. Freezing arrow. Okay, let me get my damage.
That's the thing with spells. If I'm not sure if some of these spells going back, and if I sound like I'm like heater at your tab, no, I'm just like really like focused on this, and that's how I get sometimes. So if I sound like I'm being a dick, just be like, Ben, stop.
Well, it's I don't think you're sounding like a dick. I just at first maybe didn't think that you were quite on it because I don't understand the whole argument of it's going to be too complicated for people considering we play Pathfinder, which is far more complicated than this, man. Like
as far as spells,
you know what I mean? I would say maybe have a bit more faith in us here. I don't think anybody would have difficulty with this, dude. Maybe Mia or something when she's freaking drunk or some shit. Or Mike if he doesn't fucking listen to anything. Right?
Those are the two. Tyler a little bit because he hasn't played very much Pathfinder. So those are the three people I'm semi worried about.
But I think if you say to somebody, your hit points total, regardless of your level, is Constitution score times 2 plus mod, whatever the mod is. Regardless, like that's just your total HP, right? So like if, for instance, if I had 50 con right now, that's a 20 mod. So it's 50 times 2, that's 100, and then add plus 20. That's 120 HP. Like, that's pretty freaking simple. If they need to use a calculator for it, even, like, 50 times 2 plus 20. Right? You could even write, like, a little graph, like, con score times 2 plus con mod. And then, like, give an example of, like, say, 10 con, so that's 10 HP, times 2, that's 20, plus your mod, which is 0. So you'd have 20 HP with 10 con. I think people would, like, just visually seeing that even would perfectly understand what the hell that is, right? Which is, I think, far simpler than all the questions you get regarding hit points. Nobody has to roll or adjust anything, for instance, until they actually increase the Constitution score. That's the only time you ever have to worry about that, right? And it's far, far simpler, generally speaking, than the way it's done in D&D and Pathfinder. Where's the MP code?
But we got it written down so that if we run into the issue, we can adjust it right then and there.
Equals 15. Okay. Is the MP and stamina cost always equal? It is too.
100%. Okay. Unless you have spells or abilities that adjust the max on those. There is some armor that adjusts the max.
Okay, there. So now I got all the stuff for Lesser Arcane Arrow. Let's see what happens when I roll it. All right, 32 to hit, 36 arcane damage. And then here's the yeah, I think that'll work just fine. I mean, at least these spells are far easier to put on here than than D&D spells, right? 4d10 plus 10 plus 8. And then damage, take that off. 5 arcane.
Oh shit, we're going to get a live action remake of How to Train Your Dragon.
I mean,
that'd be pretty fucking sick.
I guess. I don't know. I don't watch that shit.
I fucking love that movie growing up as a kid. I was like, whoa.
I think that's all I need in there.
God damn it! One fucking kill us, Matt.
The arcane spear. 30, 30, 30, 30. Energy. What is this? Arcane spear. So does arcane spear do arcane damage or energy damage?
It's all spell damage. It doesn't matter.
So it's just arcane, right? It's just,
yeah, it's just the name of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to specify that you're doing, energy-based damage compared to like divine damage or heretical damage or what have you.
Let's see what else can I put in here. Freezing arrow.
Thunder or Ramon?
Thunder.
Range. Fire an arrow across energy outward.
We got him, and then her, and then I will dash Renzo, and angle these ones. Who do you think you'll go first for?
Renzo.
Sure? It'll probably be Renzo, Highwire, Thunder, Amani, and then Musician.
So this Okay, frost energy. It specifically says frost range. 40, 10 plus 8. Okay. Wait, why is it saying +3? Oh, there we go. Intelligence. +2. There we go.
Search produce boxes.
Frozen mist. Create a fog of frost. Does this do damage? Like spells like frozen mist, do they do damage still, Val?
Let me.
It says
check.
create a fog of frost in a 10-foot radius in front of you. Enemies who come into contact are dealt frost damage. Lingers for 5 rounds, +5 frost damage buildup. Hey, Mia.
You guys doing the magic?
Yep, testing her out. Quibbling over HP. Yeah.
I think those were those placeholders where I wasn't sure.
Val, go ahead and ask Mia. My way, the way I suggested about HP. See if she's confused.
So, you explain it. You can explain
okay,
it
so Mia,
better.
do you understand if we said your total hit points, regardless of your level, just like in Dark Souls and the like, only increases when you increase your Constitution score? And the total is Constitution score times 2 plus your modifier. And that's your total. Do you understand that?
Yeah, so for me it would be 55.
That's the total with the, but that's your total regardless of your level. So unless you put extra points into Constitution, that doesn't change.
And that modifier is, and you want to add extra each level is just based off that static modifier that you put points into. So you want to be like +4 one level, and additional +4 on the next level plus that. It's just the base modifier that's there. So con mod times 2, say you're 10. 10 times 2, 20. Modifier 0 be 0. Say
so
it's 12. Yeah, right. And
How was it before? It was just
con score times 2. Yeah, con mod times 2. Or con score times 2. This way you get to add, because my thing about it was, well, your modifier, aside from like your resists or whatever, it doesn't do jack shit for you on the character sheet. Seems like a waste. Kind of.
Yeah.
This gives people a bit of incentive to pump some points into there. They can slowly increase their stuff over time if they want. Instead of just dumping a whole bunch of points, say, probably at once or whatever. And it's kind of like a more linear increase, I guess.
It averages out about 20 to 30 more HP in the long run compared to just timesing by 2. You just got to make sure you don't add extra. That's one thing I got to make sure everyone's not doing.
Okay. When I get home, which will be in about like 45 minutes, let's go over this again because I am currently still at work.
Cool. Yeah.
And then I can change. I'll do the math as we go along and see, so I can see the difference instead of just hearing it.
Yeah. Well, what's your con score right now? Do you remember?
I don't fucking remember. Ben, what's my con score?
Yeah, Ben, what's your con score?
What's your character again?
Veil of Lumera.
You are 25, so you have 50 HP. So the con score will be 7, so it'll be 25 times 2 equals 50 plus 7. You'd be at 57.
57.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, that's pretty simple, right? Val was concerned that it'd be like the math would be confusing for people, and
no,
my contention was I don't think it is.
Yeah, no, it's the same. It's exactly the same. Just you're adding the modifier.
Your con mod, yeah,
as well.
Yeah.
I'm just worried that it will confuse some people. If that's easy for you, I might just adopt that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like say if I level up, we level up or whatever, and I put 5 more points in there, so it'd be 30 times 2, 60. I think my con modifier would be 8, so 68 would be my health that level.
Yep. Yeah, that 68 does not get added to your 57.
No, it would just be 68
static.
total.
Yeah. And that's one thing I gotta make sure players understand is that part, that final part right there. They're not adding like normal Pathfinder where it's like, oh cool, Is my level up? Like, no, it's static.
No.
Yeah, yeah, no. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. See, I told you, Val.
I prefer the other way because it does give me a little extra
It's
HP,
player
and I won't have
advantage,
to and I won't have to dump as many points into con, and I could just min max my stats a little easier.
Yeah. Because like by level 30, say you start out with 10 con, and you add only 2 points or something, like you just hit those break points to increase your modifiers for things, like every 10 points or whatever it is, and you take a couple points and then start pumping them into con, like 2 points just to increase the modifier. So then, like, now you're every level at least gaining a couple extra hit points. That's one way you could do it, or you could, of course, just dump a bunch of points in there at once and still get it, right? And be like a fucking monster. Like, if I put 50 into my con instead of intelligence at 4th level, I'd have 120 hit points.
Yeah, it'll just be a monster.
Right? Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, come at me, bro.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, guess what? So I paid my rent today.
Cool.
And I was like, fuck, because I only had like 100 and something left over, and I still have to pay like my water and electricity bill. But
just so you know, in case, sorry to interrupt, in case you don't want to say anything public, I am streaming right now.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
It's not going to be. It just found out that the light company doesn't bill every month. It's every other month.
What? That's fucking weird, man. Do they charge you for 2 months though? When they do it?
They do. Yeah, they do 2 months at a time.
Oh, that's fucking weird,
Bi-monthly.
man.
I love it because it means I have money to spend on myself this week.
Like, that's interesting. It's just weird to me because every bill I have to pay in Canada is always monthly. Rent and all that.
Pretty sure
right?
my water and sewage and garbage, that's monthly. I don't know what my water bill is yet. I'll get that tomorrow because it's the 1st. But I wasn't sure if electricity was like, because where my mom lives, it's every month. But for like the Seattle one specifically, it's bi-monthly. So, which is nice. And I don't use that much electricity. I wasn't expecting it to be like $100 for the month. It's probably going to be around a little over 100 next month total. So, if that. But I'm going to head back to work, and I'll talk to you when I get home.
All right, thanks,
Bye.
man. Bye-bye. See, Val, you just gotta have a little faith, bruh.
Oh, man. Burned too many times on players.
No, I understand your trepidation. I think I would say maybe the issue, like, because I know you mentioned auras, is that I don't know who is all playing that shit, but maybe they're not as number crunchy savvy as the rest of us here, right? That are going to be part of this. Like, I don't think anybody, including Tyler, for instance, despite his, let's say, his lack of experience playing just as a player, but he's had to do shit as a DM or co-DM or whatever, right? I think he understands the basics of how all those things work. Because you could be a DM or a player, and you can pick up on all those things as, like, let's say, like the core rules of things. Yeah.
I know.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so Frozen Mist.
He still has not gone back to me, so I have no clue if he's still interested.
Who knows, man?
If not, might get somebody else.
Well, I mean, how many people are? Let me check the Discord real quick here.
5. Exactly
Temporal.
5.
1, 2,
No, I don't want
3, 4, 5. I mean, 4 people is fine.
Yeah, we can keep it at 4 too. Don't matter.
I mean, 4 is kind of the ideal group, typically. I mean, that's what people say. Like, it depends on how slow people are, right? With turns. I think that for this game, it's going to be
I saw
enough that it's what would you call it? Holy shit, I just totally lost my train of thought.
Wait, I think
Jesus Christ.
we were in
Oh, right, in terms of timely use of your turns, right? I think with this system, it'll be simple enough for people to, like, just
Not
things are
waste
generally
time.
simple. Yeah, it's even if they take their time a bit more, it's easier to not take as much time just because everything number crunching, it's putting things together is relatively slower. I know anybody that might watch this online is going to be like, well, you guys are taking forever with this. It's like, yeah, but we're also talking about how these rules and shit are going to work, okay?
Yeah.
We're not actually doing a session or whatever right now. So, okay, question.
Oh, I should probably leave your thing on a follow. Where's your stream at again?
Oh, click the in Discord under this Discord.
Currently streaming.
Yeah, streaming. Just click on either one,
Here we
YouTube
are.
or Twitch.
Oh, that's Twitch.
They're
Do they
both
both
in
go to
there.
the same place?
No, the top one is YouTube. Yeah. It's the same stream, so even though it says Final Fantasy, it should still take you to.
Oh, here we are. I found it.
Yeah, it's still taken to the same one. So
go liked. I like to hear from you. There you go, man.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that, bro. Okay, so back to spells.
It says you're returning shortly.
What? Did I?
It says you are returning shortly.
Oh fuck! I forgot to take that off, man. There we go. That's something I a lot of times forget because it's covered on my screen by my chat box. There we go. I'll just move this over here, and then I don't have to worry about that. Okay. So yeah, spells like Frozen Mist. Do they do initial damage when you cast them like other spells? So like the 4d10.
I wasn't sure on that one. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
It just kept like.
Right. I mean, if it's just purely for frost buildup, I could kind of understand, but the cost maybe might be create a fog of frost in a 10-foot range. Like you could say maybe it's like every round that they or maybe initially when you first cast a spell, anybody caught in the radius takes the damage, like 4d10, right? What like a normal spell, but then after that it's just frost buildup every time they step in or something.
So actually add actual legitimate damage to that instead of just frost.
No.
Now we know.
It does the frost buildup, right? Because if I put frozen weapon on, it gives me. I would still be with that spell doing damage with the weapon, and then I would also be adding frost buildup. That's why I'm asking, like, would Frozen Mist have its initial spell damage, and then after that it builds frost? Has frost buildup. Because if a weapon does it with an enchantment,
I like that better.
Yeah.
So create a fog of frost on temporal radius in front of you. Enemies who come into contact are dealt.
I mean, it says frost damage.
Yeah, I'll just say dealt your spell damage. You get for 5 rounds plus 5 frost
damage buildup per round.
Plus 5. Oh, we'll say plus 10 because it's actual frost ability. Plus 5 frost DC. Enemies who are hit or remain in the.
See, this dude's just chilling with the bow.
Wait, isn't that Shadow Henchman?
So.
Oh shit! Did it not do it? Oh, motherfucker. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have cussed.
No, it's okay.
Bad, man. Yeah,
instead of putting frost damage on there, maybe put it they're dealt frost buildup. So there's that differentiation. Right? It's like you do your spell damage and then frost buildup this amount per round for 5 rounds, whatever for the DC or whatever it is.
I know there's at least one dude or whatnot actually trying to shoot. The rest of
I'll change that.
Dealt your spell lingers for 5 rounds. Create a fog of frost and temporal radius. Any enemies who come into contact are dealt your spell damage. Lingers for 5 rounds. Frost build up DC plus 10 to enemies initially.
Oh yeah, there's 3 guys.
Hit. Yeah. Those your turn within the mist. That should be a little bit better now. Create a fog of frost and 2 foot radius in front of you. Enemies who come into contact or deal your spell damage lingers for 5 rounds. Frost build up DC 10 to enemies who initially hit and those who end their turn within the mist. So if they just fucking sit there, then they're going to be proccing that shit every fucking round, which would be pretty good. Gotta roll that attack each round though, but you know.
Hold on a sec. Sorry, something was going on there. Say whatever you were saying there again. Here.
I just read the spell. That's all I
okay.
did.
I will recopy that in here. Not frozen mist. Holy shit. Respond when I click, motherfucker. Okay, let me see if I understand this here. Create a fog of frost in a 10-foot radius in front of you. Enemies who come into contact are dealt your spell damage. Lingers for 5 rounds. Frost build up DC plus 10 to enemies initially hit and those who end their turn within the mist. So that means that if I...
He's like right above us, chilling.
Okay, so basically... And what does it cost to typically like build that up? Like frost. My frost right now is 4.
So so if you fail your frost resistance 4 times, you get a counter, right? After 4 counters,
okay,
you are dealt the status infliction and it resets.
So for the DC for that,
it'll be your attack plus 10.
Attack. So the modifier plus 10. So my modifier right now would be 32 for that. That's what the DC would be, or is it going to run just off my?
You got to roll the attack a D20, right?
Yeah.
And then D20 plus your whatever your attack rating is plus the 10 to the DC.
So each turn they have to beat that DC, whatever you roll?
If they end their turn in there, yeah.
Yeah. Or when you first start.
You can see him. He's right here. You can see him upstairs.
Right here?
Yeah,
the damage is only dealt initially. Yeah, initial damage. But staying in there causes frost buildup.
Here's a question. Can you have more than one frozen mist fog wall or whatever up at once?
I mean, you could, but what would be the point?
You cover a larger area, dude.
But yeah, I guess you
right?
could.
Like you could stack them next to each other or like on top of each other.
I could probably say this counts as obscured vision too, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure, because it's a fog, right? Like a mist. Yeah, frozen mist.
Wanna be shielded?
Yeah. Yeah, I just because that's definitely a question I would ask. Is like, can you add more than one? Can you cast more than one and have them up, right?
Yeah. You can't stack them on the same tile. I mean, they can overlap, but stacking them won't really do anything unique.
No, but it wouldn't. It would do the initial damage again, right?
Yeah, it would still do the initial damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like if you wanted to do that, you can... yeah. Okay. 30. There we go. I'm just putting the costs of spells. Stamina equals frozen arrow, freezing arrow, 20 each. There. So in this way, like when I click this, it says it MP stamina cost, so then it's not like it's right there, you can't miss it. Plus it's also in the notes or whatever of the spell to remind people you got to deduct that shit, right? Okay, so frozen mist, let's see. Can be stacked, overlaid on itself or with other similar fucking chords, man.
Right.
There. So this is what I added on at the end of it was so it says create a fog of frost in a 10-foot radius in front of you. so it's directly in front of you. Like, is there, what's the range? It's just the square. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put, to make this a bit more, in a square adjacent to you. I think that would make sense instead of saying in front of you. It's like, well, how far in front of you? Now, if it says adjacent, then that means like any square around your token is where you would. So like here or here. Actually, I'm going to change my freaking color because that doesn't pop out well. So like it could be here, here, like any of these squares directly adjacent to my character is where it would initiate, and then it'd be like a 10-foot radius, right? So it's a circle, right? Like a sphere, right? For the spell val?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I would just make a token and just give it a 10-foot radius or whatever radius is.
Does that mean that you would hit yourself? I think that would mean you would hit yourself. But how could you not? Actually, I think that needs to be reworked, because how could you not hit yourself? Right? So let's say I duplicate this token.
I guess it can be cast out up to 30 feet, I guess.
Oh, I wouldn't. Well, maybe, yeah. Or maybe make it
cast range of 30 feet, because you got to be in melee range, and that does kind of suck, especially as arcane. Yeah, I'll give it a cast range of 30 feet just to be safe.
I mean, the other way you could get around it so that it's still directly in front of you as like a utility spell kind of thing is that it's a square instead. Because you can change the aura to be a square, right? Like instead of a circle. So, right, like here. And then I would change this blue because, you know, boom, 10-foot aura. So now if I place this here in front of me, it's not going to hit me. And then you don't have to allow it to cast at range. Because this is going to be a strong spell, right? But if it's a square, if you put like a 10-foot square instead of radius, or put 10-foot radius square in a square adjacent to you. Because then it's still like you have to be... You could still cast that, right? And so say these guys up here are the enemy. And... let's just change this back to that. If I'm standing here initially, and I want to cast it like in... maybe make it like... what's it? 5, 10, 15. Make it so that you can cast it up to 10 feet away from you. Because that way you're not hitting yourself with this, with even the square, right?
Yeah.
So like
I want to keep it
this.
at 30. I probably want to keep it at 30 feet, because as an arcane caster, if you're getting into melee combat, you're probably going to...
Well, this would be like a get out of jail free card. You cast it, and now they're going to have to make choices. Run away, come through it, whatever. They're still getting fucked up from it, because they're taking a decent amount of damage, and they're getting frozen, right?
Or I can make it where it travels forward, I guess.
That'd be interesting, but it'd be kind of like move forward like 5 feet or something every turn or something.
5 feet around or something, or 10 feet around.
Or make it so that you can control within 5 feet of where it currently is, like shift it 5 feet. That'd be interesting, maybe.
Be stepping into concentration areas.
Yeah,
like that.
And I don't know if you want
try
concentration. Yeah,
not really, no. Because you also got to remember, if you're casting spells in melee range, like that's attack of opportunity, right? So that's another issue. I'm going to keep it at 30 feet for now, but we'll see how it plays out.
Okay, so I reworded it on my character sheet to create a fog of frost in a 10-foot radius square up to 30 feet away from you. Bing, bang, boom. And then everything else is the same. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Arcane spells. Okay, anything else? Frozen mist. Do I have frozen weapon? No. Weapon. Oh, I didn't put the cost in there. MP slash equals 25 each. There we go. Frozen weapon is 20. Slash stamina equals 20 each. And then that's a... I'll just put it as melee, I guess. So damage... I guess I would take the attack out of it. And the damage. And then just put a description for it. Because it's not doing extra damage, right? It's just doing... Yeah. And let's see, make sure that actually rolls correctly. Frozen. It's not rolling it at all. God damn it. So I have to put an attack roll on there. Whatever, it doesn't matter what the attack roll is. I mean, I guess because it's melee, it's whatever your weapon is, I could add that on there. So attack, melee. Strength plus dex. 3. 3. 3d8 plus 5. And then... Because right now, if I use this, it's going to be working off of the ancient blade the character currently has. I mean, some of these two have pretty low requirements, like 16 intelligence for that frozen weapon. I could really see myself taking that. Just like pull out a staff for the moment, cast that spell on myself, and then freaking go back to two-handed.
Yeah, it's designed for other people to get it, but the odds of you getting the frozen stuff is not till like mid-game anyway.
What? Oh, you mean in terms of finding it?
Yeah.
Well,
it's like you're not going to find all these really cool abilities early, right? Like, what's the point?
I mean, frozen weapon isn't that crazy of a spell, though, is it?
Oh, it's part of the tome package.
There, and then it's got everything in there. Oh, because of scaling, does it do the +8? Like, would it do +8 damage?
So when it comes to spell damage, right? It's chime.
Yeah.
Chime damage itself, right? Plus a chime scaling, so it's what was it C? So like say an extra 5 damage, right? So 40, 10 plus 5. If the spell itself has additional damage, like some say +10, you add that there as well. And if the chime has levels in it, you add that as well.
What I'm asking, because this spell Frozen Weapon doesn't directly deal damage itself, but you add for damage with spells your modifier or whatever.
Yeah,
Scaling,
it's only meant
right?
to add it would only meant to add an enchant value to it. So it's enchanted to do frost damage.
But it doesn't do like the extra 8 damage, which is the like C scaling.
No.
Oh, okay. No. That'd be kind of cool. Whatever. Whatever, Val. Okay, let's see. Frozen Moonblade. Summon a frozen blade and make a horizontal attack. It will send a 10-foot line projectile forwards, 30 feet, hitting all enemies, +5. I don't think I need to test that. Chameleon, turn yourself or an ally into a mundane object, fooling most enemies' perception check to observe. May only move at half speed. Doing any actions will remove the effect. So you can hide. What if you cast it in front of an enemy, though? Like, does it automatically fool them? Like, they don't see you when you cast a spell? How would that work in combat?
With the mist, you mean?
No,
Or which
chameleon.
spell?
Chameleon.
Let me save this real fast.
It says turn
read it.
yourself or an ally into a mundane object.
Oh, that'd be an intelligence check. So if they're fucking retarded.
But I mean, if they're standing right in front of you when you cast
yeah,
it.
they'll definitely know.
Like,
you know.
like so there's no chance, like it wouldn't fool them, like almost like an illusion spell. Like I don't know what's real and what's not anymore.
If they're like
I'm only
already
casting.
attacking you and you cast Chameleon, just like in like Elden Ring or Dark Souls, they're like, okay, they'll just keep attacking you. If you do it from a distance, you're not really in combat and you're trying to skirt around or trying to scout out, right? That'd be good too.
Okay.
Or when the actual invasions happen and you want to turn into something, and enemy players will actually have to figure out.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like if it's not
It's utility based, right? It's just utility.
I'm just trying to think in most circumstances, unless nobody's around you, it's not going to work. Because if they see you, it's kind of like an automatic pass, right? So it's like
Perception
a useless
check.
thing. Yeah, but
Yeah,
why would they even need a perception check if they see you cast a spell? That's my question, right? Like
It's something you would cast prior to combat, right? If you wanted like scout out an area, because there's some non-combat stuff in here that's perfectly fine, like Hush, right? I mean, why would you cast Hush in combat? You wouldn't, right?
So this arcane burst that does, yeah, Hush, astral awareness, illusion. I don't think I need to do. I don't think we need to test those. Arcane burst. So it's a whirlwind of arcane energy, causing it to travel forward in a 30-foot line. So how wide is it?
That'll be just the line itself, so it's not wide. It's the
So it's
line.
It's a
ray
5
attack.
Foot. It's a 5 foot wide by 30-foot line by 30-foot long.
A 5-foot wide radius is still covers up. It would look like this. See this little guy over here? What I did?
No, I don't. Give me a sec here.
Go back to the main page or whatever page you're on.
Yeah.
This would be a 5-foot line, right? Wide. It's a line, so it's only along this. So it's not hitting enemies on the sides. It's only hitting.
Yeah, it's just whatever's in these squares. That's I'm just gonna
squares
put
in front, right?
Well,
so it's not a 5-foot radius. It's a line.
Well, you know what I mean. A 5-foot wide line.
I just want to make sure because there are some spells that have a 5-foot radius on them, if I recall.
Copy. So it's arcane burst. That's a ranged. Does it require an attack roll? Or is it a saving throw? Because it's a line attack. Just like Frozen Mist, I imagine, doesn't require an attack roll, right?
He still requires a fuck, because it's a mist.
It's an AoE.
So I guess that would hit.
Just
I
like
guess it just hits no matter what.
And an arcane burst is a line spell attack. Like think Pathfinder or whatever, right? Like that. Those typically don't require. They require saving throws usually, and not attack rolls. But if it does require an attack roll, but it's everything in that line, you get to make an attack roll against kind of thing, or like a single attack roll. I would maybe say it might be better to make an individual attack roll against every target hit, because otherwise now it's equal chance to hit or miss kind of thing versus all your opponents that are caught in line, compared to if you only make one attack roll.
Because there's a couple of abilities like that, especially on some enemies, where I'm going to say this ability cannot be dodged. Half the damage inflicted always goes through block. When they try to block it, they're going to be taking damage.
Okay.
I'll do that for.
So it's like an auto.
Mist.
So it's an for Frozen.
Auto succeed, pretty much. Counts in obscure vision.
Oh, half damage on a success. You mean?
On a success, yeah. Cannot be dodged. Cannot be blocked. Or Frozen Mist, because you can't block or dock it. Or I mean, obviously you can't parry it. I shouldn't have to put that in there, but maybe I do.
Okay, it's still... Whoa, that... What the fuck? Oh, I forgot to add the damage in. That's one. 40, 10, plus 18. I don't know, man. Like, I'm thinking in terms of the damage, it's maybe... It's a bit weird, because, like, no matter what spell you're casting, it's effectively always... There's, like, no variance between, like, lower and higher level spells, so why wouldn't you really just cast the lower... Like, for greater, right? So, let's see. So, Lesser Arcane Arrow. It does 4d10 damage. Right now, currently, it's 4d10 plus 8. Arcane Arrow only does an additional 10, but it requires an extra 8 intelligence to get it, and it costs an additional 10 MP and stamina. Why would you never just always cast Arcane Arrow? You're only losing out on 10 damage every time when you hit.
Maybe I can add an extra attack modifier to it. It has a higher chance to hit.
Well, I'm thinking...
Or just straight up more damage, like 15 bonus damage.
Like, maybe it's like... The... I don't know if that's... Maybe each spell can also either have its own scaling or something. So, like, maybe have it as a tier, like Lesser Arcane Arrow, tier 1. And maybe that's like half the scaling, half the damage listed on the staff. So instead of 4d10, it's 2d10. And then Arcane Arrow would be the full damage, right? So 4d10. And Great Arcane Arrow or Greater Arcane Arrow could be 1.5 or 2 times. Right, probably 1.5 because
I like that idea.
Right, I think that makes more sense than just having these static numbers. Because, like I said, it's like, well, okay, you have increased range, yes, but like 20 extra damage compared to the Lesser Arcane Arrow is like, it also doesn't make sense in terms of the cost as well, right? And the increase in how much you need to put into the stat to actually gain access to the spell when you or to learn it or whatever, right? Like, yeah.
So I would say this ability scales to 50% of your weapon. The other one is 100%. The other one would be like 200%.
No. Don't say scales, because that's going to get confusing with the actual scaling. You want to keep it's half the damage of the list of the staff. Like what the staff says is listed as damage, it does 50% of that. Because if you say scales is 50% of the scaling, they'll confuse it with the actual scaling stat. Yeah. Or it could be confused with that. I know that's something I'd ask if that was the first time I saw it. I'd be like, wait, so I only get +4 instead of +8 at 50 intelligence?
I would put this ability only deals 50% of the damage listed from the staff.
Yes.
That's simple and straightforward enough. Okay.
Or weapon damage? Would that make it a bit clearer? Because again, even if you said
or I'll
that,
just say
then,
weapon.
Yeah, weapon
there are
damage.
some weapons you can do
Yeah. Right. And then Arcane Arrow could be
100%.
Yeah. And then 150%. Because so like, so yeah, 4d10 4 divided by 2. Oh no, sorry. 4 divided by 0.5, right? So that's 2. 4 times 1.5 should be 6. Yeah. So like you're getting an extra 2d10 with each increase in spell level that you're casting, right? So like Lesser is 2, Arcane is 4, Great Arcane is 6.
Should I keep the bonus damage on there?
I don't think
like
you need it.
10? Okay.
Well, okay, wait, let me see. Because it's effectively the same, but now you're rolling for the damage.
I think I'll remove the bonus damage.
Oh, just wait. Well, Lesser Arcane Arrow doesn't have
bonus, so it'll be a 2d10 attack each time.
Yeah, the 10 is equivalent to like an extra d10, but you get it for free.
So maybe remove that because you're going from a 2d10 to a 4d10.
I know. So make it so that Lesser Arcane Arrow, change the crit range. Increase for stronger spells, right? So Lesser Arcane Arrow is like for how many times you like roll the dice or whatever. So like Lesser Arcane Arrow is normal, like double dice. Arcane Arrow can be like 3 times dice, and Great Arcane Arrow can be 4 times, because that means it's actually, I think that would, with the, because now that we're adding, like, so instead of it being 4d10 plus 20 damage for Great Arcane Arrow, it's just 6d10 plus your scaling modifier. You're actually, you could lose damage because you might only roll 2 extra damage on that, right?
I like your other idea better, where it's based off the actual staff. It only deals 50% of the damage listed from the staff.
Yeah, I'm talking about, because if you remove the bonus damage, that's what I'm talking about here. The bonus damage, instead of having just a static bonus damage, turn that into crit damage. Because how often are you going to crit, right? But when you do crit, it's like, I cast a 3rd tier spell, Great Arcane Arrow, compared to Lesser Arcane. So Lesser Arcane, it's the regular 2 times damage.
So change the crit range from 20 to 19 to 20?
No.
And then the other
No,
one
no,
from
no.
18 to 20?
The crit dice. The
multiplier.
The multiplier, yeah, for the damage. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. And it would be like, okay, this is justified for needing to use more MP and stamina and for having a higher intelligence. I think that would be, when I think of that, I'm like, yeah, because if I crit with the spell, I'm going to do way more fucking damage than an Arcane Arrow or a Lesser Arcane Arrow. And I might cast just Great Arcane Arrow all the time, right? When I do cast it.
So Great Arcane will be 4 times, Arcane Arrow will be 3 times.
And
Lesser
Lesser's,
stays at 2.
yeah, right?
2.
Yeah.
Okay. So anything that's 10 will be 100%. Anything that's 20 is 150%. So that's already there. So that's easy enough.
Yeah. Because, I mean, what's 6d10 times 4? Right? That's a potential massive damage for a critted spell. But, I mean, it's worth it, right? Like, you use that against the boss. And like,
oh, fuck. Damn it. I hate when I hit the escape button because it just deletes all the thing I just fucking worked on.
Oh, boy. Okay. Now, the other thing you might want to consider is, well, one, you're going to have to change that for anything that's like that, like Arcane Spear and Great Arcane Spear.
Yeah.
Great Homing. Right. What the hell was I thinking? Jesus, I'm kind of tired right now. What was I thinking? Oh boy. Man. I don't remember what the fuck I was gonna say. Oh, you know what? I didn't need to do Arcane Burst. I could just do Frozen Moonblade. Wait, no, this is a horizontal line. Never mind. There. I can do both. So one's a horizontal and one's a horizontal blast. What the fuck, dude? Get off my screen. Jesus Christ. The other thing, that's what I was going to say. The other thing you might want to consider, Val, is you could use that formula for damage.
All the other ones.
Scale for every spell in the game, right? Like, but base it off of tier, right? So there's 3 tiers of spells, it looks like, generally speaking, right? Lesser, and just be like, lesser is tier 1, arcane arrow, something like that is, or the regular version is a tier 2, and the greater version is a tier 3. Because then what you could do is any spell you come across that's in the list, you could be like, listed as what's the tier. Because then you could look at that and be like, I know that this does 50% of the damage listed on the weapon, or regular, or 1.5, and then the critical damage is also, you know, times 2, times 3, or times 4 the dice, the normal dice of the spell. And the damage could be instead, so like for Frozen Moonblade, I'm assuming Frozen Moonblade would be similar to Arcane Blast, but frost damage, like arcane / frost damage. It would do the staff's damage plus the frost build up to everything hit in a 30-foot wide 10-foot line, right? Like a big cleave in front of you. Gets a Tensho style. But if that was a tier 3 spell, or maybe it's tier, it would maybe it'd be tier 2 because it's 24. I'm just trying to think of a formula you could use to easily determine what the what kind of skills fall within what tier based on the requirements, the stat requirements. Like anything up to maybe 23 is like tier 1, 24 to 41 is like tier 2, and then 42 plus is tier 3.
True.
Because I'm just trying
there's
to think...
weapons, items, and gear that increases your spell damage as well.
Yeah. I guess it'd be kind of a bit of a background statistic, but very useful in terms of like anybody that's like running the game, trying to go, okay, what does this mean? It might be easier. It's like, here's the formula, and then I just look at, well, what's the tier, right? And that tells me these extra things I need to know when I'm like maybe building my own spell list or something, right? Like my any custom spell. Is it tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and then you have a set formula for that to help people. Because like if I was to take this and run my own game on this system, you can bet your damn ass I would make my own spells and stuff to add to it, right? Frozen. Am I complicating your life, Val?
Oh, this is why I needed help with this to test actually the spells here. I'll probably buff up Chronostasis where it's 200% of the damage staff, crit multiplier of 5, and crit range of 17 to 20. Because that costs quite a bit of stuff to cast that shit.
So like for instance, if I was to even list this on my character sheet, like lesser arcane arrow, right? I don't know why I put LST there, whatever.
Well, I updated it, so if you just want to copy paste the effects.
Let's see, fire and arrow. 50%. Yeah, I will copy that onto the page.
And
everything else is still the same, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll just do all of that for all the spells. Then. So,
but on my character sheet,
scaling pretty easy though.
P1. Yeah, I think it's a useful formula.
It's treating it more like a weapon scaling instead of the innate spell scaling.
Yeah,
which is easier to track and maintain than.
There's also a bit more variable to it, right? Like, because looking at it, I was like, well, what's the cost benefit here of actually? Why would I ever want to cast any of these higher level spells that are of the same spell? That's basically the same spell, but just like a higher level version. Like, I don't think the plus 10 or plus 20 damage is really worth it, right? The range is nice.
Yeah.
Although I would say
that was the biggest thing I was looking at. I was like, how can I make these spells worth it? Why would you ever pick up another spell if you just spam one spell a ton of times?
I have a question. Is Arcane Arrow supposed to be 50 feet? Because like lesser Arcane Arrow is 40 feet, then greater Arcane Arrow is 60 feet. I'm just wondering if that's the difference too, where like the range increases as well.
That should have been increased as
Okay.
well there. Thanks for
Yeah,
saying
no problem. That's the first time I actually read the spell. I didn't bother reading it before because I was like, well, it's basically the same as lesser, so I'll just take lesser.
Same thing.
And like to have the extra, so it's like basically for extra crit multiplier and extra 10 feet of range on the spell, whatever the spell is based on tier 1, 2, or 3, that justifies the increase in spell cost, spell MP and stamina, and the requirements for intelligence, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I already talked with this with Mia and Josh when it comes to, crits. If it's a crit, it's going to guarantee to hit no matter what, right? We already discussed that.
Yeah, that's generally how it is.
We're not going to worry about crit confirms.
Yeah. Thankfully.
Because I'm not building anything for crit confirms.
Yeah.
If you
What
crit,
about
your crit. That goes for enemies too.
So
now when you parry, here's the other thing. If you parry, right? And you roll to attack on that parry, and you crit, you're not times 2ing that crit. You're just taking that crit damage.
What?
Because when that happened, I one-shot Mia.
Yeah, but I mean that's the price you pay, bro.
Huge.
That's the price you pay. I think it's not okay. This is what you do, because now we can talk about death, unconsciousness.
Yep, that's the next thing.
Just say you don't use Pathfinder rules where you're bleeding out, because it's too easy to do massive damage in this game based on what I've seen with the spells and what I've done with the weapons at level 1, etc. Like the amount of damage you can pump. Like, Jesus Christ, this Ancient Blade. 38 damage, right? Like, I could easily almost kill a player. Right? Like, I could take him out one turn and then the next turn, like, do massive damage.
Well, you're not supposed to have that weapon, but yes.
You know what well, the damage isn't that much crazier. It's like, what, 1 extra die or something than, like, a bastard sword or something, right? I think.
If you crit, then that adds up.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if I crit, it would be, like, massive damage. You'd, like it would make sense to get knocked out from that. Well, this is, an Ancient Blade, the Greatsword.
Yeah, you're using, it's 2 more dice.
Yeah,
3d8
so
3d6.
That's not too crazy.
12
like,
more. 12 more damage.
My point being is what maybe could be done for death and unconsciousness is like, it could be regardless of the damage, it's like if you take when you get knocked unconscious, you just go to 0, and then you can have people making saving throws instead, like Constitution or something, to every turn, like in 5th edition. It's pretty simple. Everybody understands that pretty easy. You just roll a d20. That's it. And then you don't even have to. You could be like, every time you fail, the DC increases by 2. So it starts at 10. You get a failure, it goes up to 12. Kind of like to show you losing ground or something, right? You don't have to worry about any modifiers for this or anything, right? And if they get hit, regardless of the damage dealt, they lose only 1 death save. Right? So it's like you need 3.
How many death saving throws would you give them?
In 5th edition, again, real simple, you have 3 successes to stabilize. I would not grant them the ability to gain 1 hit point, unless even with a critical success. You could say instead, like, so a critical failure could be like the loss of 2 death saves. A critical success could mean 2 successes instead of 1. And then otherwise you need 3 successes total or 3 failures total. If you get 3 failures total, listen, baseline, if you get, this is how it is in 5th edition, right? 3 successes or 3 fails. 3 successes, you stabilize at 0. 3 failures, you die. What you could do in this is like, I don't know, like fucking con modifier or something. Or half con or something. I don't know. Or maybe it's based off of level. You could base it off of level, maybe. Or just stick with static, like a static number like that. That's up to you. Right? I'm just offering an example, I think, because we haven't talked about what happens if you get knocked unconscious, right? Because the thing that's nice about death saves in 5th edition, as simplistic as it is, and I don't like that in 5th edition, if you roll a critical success, like roll a 20 on the d20, you automatically stabilize and go to 1 hit point. I don't think that should ever happen. You need somebody to revive you from unconsciousness, or like resurrect you if you die, or they need to use healing magic or something on you. And even then, it's like if you're in an unconscious state, it just gives you a free success. Just like if you get hit, it's an automatic fail. So like it's the same thing but in reverse, right? A heal or a medicine check or something like that, first aid check, is like a guaranteed success for you. You don't even need to roll. You just get it's based on them instead, right? It's still worthwhile to spend the MP or whatever, or the turn to do that for a character to like try and heal you or whatever.
I'll probably do a static D20 roll with no modifiers.
Yeah, well, that's how they do
It's
it in 5th edition
11,
too, right?
good. It's 10, bad. That's easy.
What do you mean?
It was just based off a D20 roll.
Yeah.
Instead of no modifiers, no extra stuff. It's just how well can you roll die.
Well, the base in 5th edition is 10. That's the DC, right? Is 10.
Or 10, you know what I mean.
To succeed. Right? And then, but this is kind of like a variant rule, I guess. It kind of puts a little bit of pressure on a person is if you fail, if you get a fail, that increases the DC by 2. Right. Which I think makes sense because, again, it's like you're losing ground in terms of being unconscious and dying, bleeding out or whatever, right? Adds a little bit of tension. The other thing I would suggest is not letting players roll their death saves. You only tell them if they succeed or fail, or maybe you don't even tell them that. Because the problem with letting people roll their own death saves, dude, is that the tension of being unconscious and dying is no longer there. Everybody knows exactly what's going on, etc. I would run that by people first. Like, I'm perfectly okay with that, to have you roll it. Because then, for instance, if you have somebody that has a healing spell that could help that player, but everybody knows they've succeeded twice, they're not going to heal that person.
I like that idea.
But if
they
don't
know,
than
what I originally had of you just straight up dying, that's kind of like to try and keep going.
Because remember, we did talk before about respawning, anyways, right? Like, it's not like it's perfect. Like, if you respawn, it's almost like, especially in a boss fight, it's probably pretty close to guaranteed that your whole team is going to fail. Not quite, but
there is going to be fog walls, so no one's just going to run through the entire dungeon. They're going to be blocked off essentially.
Because this would, in terms of you just being unconscious instead of flat out dying and having to respawn. One, this could alleviate the problem of people having to wait till like the team resets or finishes the job, right? Like we talked about before, because that could be a problem in terms of people not doing anything. Second, is that, well, the reason why it alleviates that is because now you could get brought back to life. You could be brought back up and do something further, right? From a single healing spell that could heal you maybe 30 points or whatever the fuck it is. Or maybe somebody dumps your fucking flask down your throat. You know what I mean? Something to give you magical healing, in other words. And that because your death saves, you're just stabilize you at 0 kind of thing, right? The other thing you could say is maybe if you get 3 successes, you wake up and you have very limited actions that you can perform, where you're kind of like staggered, but the most you could do is like crawl a certain distance or like drink a potion, but not cast spells, not make attacks, not do complex, intensive things because of that. If you succeed, right? If you got 3 successes. Still at 0, so like if you get hit, like you go back unconscious, man. Right? True. And then you start this whole fucking rigmarole over again. But if they're just knocked unconscious, one, they could get back up, but there's always a problem in 5th edition where people won't heal people or unconscious players until, or even NPCs, until the very last fucking moment. Because they know how successful they are because they're rolling it out in the open, right? Like, the players are rolling it themselves. So the tension of death or unconsciousness is no longer there. But you take that away, and it's done in secret. And if it's like one of the only things done in secret, then nobody knows exactly what's going on. So... True. They're guaranteed, if they have healing magic or somebody has flasks to use potions to heal or whatever, somebody's going to be more team oriented instead of just trying to dish out more damage to kill the boss faster. Now, that might still happen if they think that the boss is close to dying, right? Or whatever the enemies are. If they're close to finishing them off or something, right? Pun in phrasing or whatever. You know, like that Archer cartoon. Phrasing. Finish him off. Finish him. Squirt, squirt.
But here's the other one. So we got the death saving throw thing down.
Okay.
I'll probably stick with that. The specific.
Yeah.
So say the entire party is going through the dungeon. The player fails their death saving throws. No one can heal them. I mean, if it does happen, right? And they are no longer in combat, would they be able to resurrect at a set amount of HP and MP, or how much would they resurrect?
Well, how much you resurrect within? I mean that's up to you. I would suggest that because unlike Elden Ring, because for instance, I've never seen anybody, even in the arena shit, when I watch videos about that, ever use fucking healing magic. Buff spells, yes. Healing magic, no. Because why? It's fucking useless, man. So slow, whatever. Obviously, I don't think that's going to be a problem in this, because like you cast a spell, it's done, right? It's either a single target or AoE.
True.
I would say it could be like, I don't know. So like my current maximum HP, like if we went by the new rules, right? 40. It's technically supposed to be 40. Maybe make it like a quarter or something.
25% of your HP.
Yeah, because
and
then your
MP you died with.
Yeah, and keep your stamina MP. Or you could say you come back with full hit points, but until you have a full rest, you have like 10% or 15% or 25% like reduced stamina or something. Like you could do anything like that with, right? You could say you come back with full HP, but it's reduced by 25%. Or you could say also the amount of times in a single like session or something before a long rest, i.e. long rest, that you can get knocked unconscious total for is like equal to your constitution modifier as well. At higher levels, when they have like a 50 con, that's a plus. They can get knocked down a lot, in other words, right? Which I think makes sense. Or you could just say, no, you come back with full HP. It depends on what your reasoning for the mechanics of death and respawning are in world, right? So that's up to you to determine. There's just various ways. I think having somebody come back with some initial restriction, either like you only come back with a quarter of your HP.
That's what I'm probably going to do.
Yeah,
I was originally thinking 25%.
Or actually, even simpler, what is your constitution modifier? That's how much HP you have when you come back. I think that's actually even simpler because you don't need to deal with percentages or multipliers or anything, just con mod. Because you're at a respawn point, so if the other players come back there, then you're safe, kind of. I assume at a respawn point, right? It's like setting up camp
obviously.
to some degree. So, you could be drinking potions and like meet your team halfway, and then like you could have a spell cast on you or something, right?
Yeah.
I think that makes sense because you just fucking died, bro. Now you got to risk, right? And instead of were you planning on having permanent death or no? It's always respawn, right?
After a set amount of deaths, yeah. So remember in Tower of God where if you die too many times, negative things started happening to you.
I mean, so.
Oh,
you got a phone call?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back too.
Hello. Oh, well, bye. Hello? Hey, Ben. I can't hear you guys. Hold. Hello? God damn it. Hello? Hello? Hello?
I could hear you. I'm on the phone right now, so.
Huh?
I am on the phone right now. Be right back.
Oh, sorry.
Never mind. They hung up. Why even call me? The day's over. Whatever. How are you, Peachy Creamy? Yay.
I'm good. How about yourself?
Peachy. Me and Matt just doing the spells and stuff. We got a pretty decent system so far.
Nice.
So if you want to test it, we can test it. That is up to you. Da 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 da. Oh, we're almost done, so it's not a big deal if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Mystical data warning. I don't need that. Ended up grinding some coins today and got another. The fuck did I get?
Named Thrall.
Yeah, I got 2 name thralls, so another Skinner. So we have one on the bench, and I have another Scout Right armorer. So we have 2 armorers in case we ever do get raided. We have 1 extra. So, and that's another thing is we should hurry up and build our teleporters. So we have 2 bases going now, one in the south and one where we're at. Excuse me. But I think the teleporters should be not on top of the. What?
Well, at least, or like the south, or like the east.
We are
I think
in
the east is west.
West, yes.
That's all I was gonna say. Teleporter not on top of the base. I agree.
Yeah, away from the base, outside the base. So, and I got some sorcery stuff built. I'm looking up like some guys and stuff, and they said, yeah, pets are not worth it outside of looking cool. Like they're just not worth it now.
Okay.
Which is sad. So
our
I got
pets.
a lot of alchemy stuff going. A lot of stuff is being cooked right now. And we're not doing we're not wasting iron anymore to make steel bars because we can just turn all our iron into a single steel reinforcement. So we're saving 5 to 10 iron bars to 1 steel bar. So we have a fuck ton being made right now. So leave that 1 bench alone. Just use the other bench for whatever you're doing.
Okay.
It's easy. And I farmed up some more iridium, so I think we have 100 iridium now instead of the 20 we were at, I think.
We should have more. I got some iridium last night. I put 70. I put 70 into the furnace.
I just farmed up 60 from the
and
server.
I have some. I have some on me as well.
Okay.
From the
I
drone
put an
house.
altar of Zath on top because we needed weathered skulls, and that was the easiest way to get it. Because I was actually just farming for an hour. It's almost 2 hours just farming fucking skeletons. Like, this is fucking insane. I only have 10 skulls. What is happening? So I googled it, and altar of Zath is easy. You got to kill a lot of spiders, but eventually you'll get like 100 skulls off of it. So it's good.
That's nice, at least.
And our base is big enough to have 2 shrines. So whatever the shrine we want to use, Mitra or something. I think Mitra or whatever one you guys want to do. Don't matter. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna go get something to eat, and I will be back later in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
So, BRB.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Matt.
Thank you. Welcome back to you as well.
Thanks.
Is Val not here?
He's getting some food. He'll be back in like 20 minutes, he said.
Oh, okay. I might as well put some music or something on. Ooh, Diablo 4 patch up, day 1 patch updates.
Right here.
Anybody?
But I will also start putting these spells in. Are you going to be testing some spells today too, Mia?
Nah.
Nah. I helped Val make a hefty change to spells, specifically like for their damage and stuff. Because it didn't. So like, I don't know if have you looked at any of the spells yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so like Lesser Arcane Arrow, and Greater Arcane Arrow. The only difference between the three that was an increase based on essentially the tier of spell was an extra 10 damage. So like Arcane Arrow did an extra 10 and Great Arcane Arrow did an extra 20, which was for the extra 10 MP and stamina and the intelligence requirement I didn't think was worthwhile. I was like, I would never ever cast anything other than Lesser Arcane Arrow. Oh, sorry, the range also increased, so from 40 to 50 and 60. I was like, but that's not... I mean, I could cast for effectively the same amount of damage without ever having to increase my intelligence, really, and I wouldn't have to worry about, like, you could cast Lesser Arcane Arrow 6 times in a row. Compared to Greater Arcane Arrow, which is 35, so you could do that maybe 2 or 3 times. Right?
Yeah.
And
Sorry, I'm just laughing. Like, you're talking, but I'm laughing because I'm in Conan, and I set
Oh.
all of our trials to be drunk, so they're just burping and, like,
Mhm.
fist fighting the air. So I'm, like, listening, and me and Will are just like,
I did not hear you laughing, just so you know. But now the way it works is, so Lesser Arcane Arrow, it does 50% of the listed base damage of the staff you're wielding. So the staff I have right now does 4d10 damage is the base. So it does 2d10, and its range is 40 feet, and it has a crit multiplier of 2. So 2 double damage, so up to 4d10 damage. Arcane Arrow is 100% of the base damage, so 4d10, but the crit multiplier is times 3. So if you get a crit with Arcane Arrow, it's now 8d10 damage that you roll. whereas Greater Arcane Arrow is ×4, and it does 1.5 times damage. And of course, it has like an additional 10 feet range and stuff. So like, I think for the extra, like, especially the investment in our intelligence and the increased MP and stamina cost, that's very much worth it. You could be doing a Greater Arcane Arrow, its base damage is 6d10. So you'd be doing 24d10 damage with a Greater Arcane Arrow. But I mean, if you got a crit, right, it still requires a nat 20. So yeah, that's good damage, man. 24d10 damage. You could like
nice.
that's a lot of damage, man. Like if I was to 24d10 plus 8. This my modifier from scaling is +8 right now. That's 121 damage, and that's with some roll 1s and 2s and shit in there.
Nice.
Compared to 4d10, and everything also only had a ×2 multiplier, etc. Right? Yeah. Much better.
What else is on me? I have some iron on me.
I'm assuming what's the... I'm assuming Frozen Moonblade would be 4d10.
I'm dropping name in on Phantom Saga. They're zombies. I need one more kill.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Now I remember. Oh, I wonder what the range of this spell is. I'll have to ask Val when he gets back. Altered timeline. Interesting. Hmm. Hello.
Oh, sorry. I had to feed my cat real quick.
Oh. Death saving throws. Oh yeah, this was another thing Val and I were talking about. Was death saves. Because one of the things I was concerned with is like if I'm a player and I get knocked out and I just die and go back to a respawn point, but nobody else dies and everybody decides to sit there and just fight the boss, but it's like another half an hour or some shit, like, and I'm shit out of luck because you can't enter in through the fog wall. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That would suck. So now it's so you get, so it says death saving throws. Roll unmodified d20 DC of 10, increasing by +2 per fail. So it could be up to 14 is the DC. 3 success to stabilize at 0, or 3 failures to die, whichever comes first. If successful, you need to be healed and acquire healing to be able to stand after HP 0. So this is to oh, also I'm going to remind him to write in there to DM rolls in secret to keep the urgency up so that nobody actually knows what's going on with that person, because how can you just right off the bat tell if somebody's okay? People are going to be incentivized to cast healing spells or go over and give that person a potion and get them back up and keep them in the fight so they can keep playing.
Yours or just the top one?
The top two?
So
oh, both those? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I got 2 of those. Holy shit, that's crazy. I don't know what the range is. Oh, I'm assuming it's melee. 200% damage. So 4d10 times 2. That's 8d10. And it has A fucking ×5 multiplier? Holy shit. What's, I don't know. I think that's 45. 8 times 5. Yeah, that's 40 D10 damage, Mia, that this spell can do. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's like a tier 3 spell. It's Chronostasis. Target creature you can see begins to rapidly age. This ability deals 200% of the damage listed from the staff. Crit multiplier ×5, and the crit range is 17 to 20. So that's cool that he started to add that in there. That's pretty dope. I'm assuming it's melee range. That's pretty dope. Got a crit. 205 damage, Mia, with that spell. But I mean, it costs 40 MP. So 40, 80, 120. I wonder if you can ever get above 100 MP, because that's what it's currently at. 100 stamina, 100 MP. It'd be nice if you could get high, like more MP. Maybe I'll talk to him about that for spells like this, because they do have such a high cost. 40 MP per use is pretty high.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll be like, maybe you should add like whatever your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma modifiers are to it to increase your MP. Because right now I'd have, if that was the case, I'd have 122 MP, and then I could actually cast that spell 3 times in a row. Oh, right. Which reminds me, I gotta go back and... times 2. 2d10. So that's a tier 2. Three.
1 minutes. You're on Fortnite for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, welcome back.
I'm not really back. I'm still in the car waiting for my pizza to be done.
Wait,
They
what?
said it'd be done.
Oh, you went to pick it up. I see.
You know, but it's not done yet. It said 15 minutes.
Oh, I have a question for you, Val. What was it? There's a spell called Pulsing Arcane. Create a pulse of arcane towards the target that knocks them backwards 10 feet. This ability deals 100% of the damage listed from the staff. Crit rate multiplier ×3. What's the range on this? Like, is it melee? Like, you hit them with your staff?
Yeah, you just like force, right? Like casting force.
But do you
We
have
can't
to
hear you, really.
Do you have to do a melee attack against them, or is it a spell attack? You just
I think that's
pick
your
it.
spell attack. Yeah, you just.
So does it have to be like an adjacent square to you or something? Or
Yeah,
is
if they're
like...
all around you. You would cast that. Yeah.
Oh, so is it a radius attack?
Yes. Can you read it again? I'm not there, so
Yeah.
I don't remember. And that's one of the things I was.
So
probably trying to think of the role.
Create a pulse of arcane towards the target that knocks them backwards 10 feet. So if it's a radius, like, what's the radius around the caster? And then whoever fails their save or whatever, they're knocked back 10 feet, right?
Right.
So
the way that's worded, it looks like I meant to say towards a target creature instead of a radius.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking. Is it
I'd have to read. Can you put that on feedback so I remember when I get home?
I mean, I'll just keep it up on my screen so that when you get back, I'll.
That's fair.
Yeah. That way I don't have to type shit out or whatever. I'm still inputting spells. Now I did look at this what is it? Chronostasis, bro. This T3 spell. I was like, Jesus Christ, 8d10 damage it does.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Plus my modifier, so that's +8.
So realistically, you're only gonna be able to cast that twice, unless you're using every single.
So that was actually another suggestion I was gonna make, was maybe for like, what ways can you increase the amount of MP you have?
Because that's going to be rings, armors, stabs.
Okay,
Stuff like
how available are those going to be, and how are they going to give you like
low level stuff? Yeah, there's going to be some stuff that increases by like 10 or 20%.
Okay,
but like the big stuff, yeah, not going to be huge.
Because otherwise I was going to suggest maybe combining like intelligence, wisdom, and charisma or something, or one of them. And the modifier you have for that stat is how much extra MP you get. So like instead of 100, you get 120 at 50. You know, it's not that big of an increase because it'll take you a bit to get there, etc. And for every 2 points, like you get 1 extra MP. But like in the end, kind of similar to hit points, like it would add up.
I think I would be okay with that.
Yeah,
I think I might be okay with that.
Because then you could also combine. Because what if you don't
modifiers together?
Yeah, and that now again, we'd have to do some testing in terms of numbers. But like if I pumped the rest of my points in, let me see. I gotta bring this up again. Did I forget to take this shit off my screen again? Nope. Good. Leveling explained. So a level 30 character. 20, 15. Oh, that's a lot of shit to add. I don't know what the total. What's the total attribute points you would acquire by level 30, Val? Do you remember the number?
I think it was like, I don't remember, man, like 300, I think. Or something.
Okay. So, and is there a cap on ability scores like Constitution and stuff?
There is no. Yeah, there is no.
Oh.
As many as you want. Put them all in the Constitution if you want.
300. That's 310 con. Just like you don't do fuck all, but you can't be killed. Because
best in the game. Just be.
Yeah. 300.
Just have a kryptonite and
I
a
wonder.
little wooden shield.
So I'm curious now. Let's see what 300. That's 300 times 2, so that's 600. Plus 145 for the modifier for HP. That's 745 hit points, bro.
That's insane.
I mean, pump it all into Constitution, right?
No, wanted to.
Yeah.
Pump it all into strength. You just one shot everything.
You could actually make a tank like that then. Like just pump a lot of points into Constitution at the sacrifice of like intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, or strength or dexterity, and like, yeah, you could be like an uber.
How would you do any damage?
Well, that's not the point of a tank, though, right?
Yeah.
You would take abilities that would enable you to like, maybe in terms of that play style, you could make abilities like Ashes of War, whatever, spells, etc.
Yeah, there is Ashes of War for that. I forgot. Yeah,
that take aggro and shit. Okay, yeah. Okay. Shit like that, yeah. Because then you could be like, yeah, I'm going to be the tank for the group. I don't do a lot of damage, but you can't fucking kill me. And they could still do damage. They could still wield like a sword and a shield if they really wanted to. They'd just be kind of taking hits or something, right? Like,
their scaling would be shit compared to like an actual other enemy at the same level, though.
But that's not the point of their
tank,
character, right? At that point, is they're there just to take aggro. They're a tank, right?
They're there for moral support.
I just think it's
Mir should play that if she's even there.
No, I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm planning on doing.
Was like a katana build, right?
Yeah, katana magic, but bombs. Bombs.
Oh yeah,
bombs.
Lots of bombs.
Yeah, oh yeah, and I rolled this chronostasis a couple times just that I wanted to see what a crit was like, because it's You know, it's got a lower crit range threshold, or a better one, 17 to 20 instead of 20, and a 5x5 crit multiplier. I was like, holy fuck, man. So you might want to drop that to 4, I don't know, so that it's in line with other like tier 3 spells or whatever.
Well, I wanted that to be equivalent to like Azure Comet or something like that, where it's like that's the best spell probably in the game without killing a boss to get it, right?
I rolled a fairly low average, I would say. I only got 3 10s in the whole so it was with the crit multiplier, it's 40 D10 plus your scaling modifier for damage, bro. So, and I rolled a fairly low one, and it's 205. 205 damage with a single spellcast.
That sounds I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, okay. Just so
that's
you're
like
okay
that's your entire turn almost. That's 40 stamina, 40 MP. You want to keep some stamina each round, right?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
So I mean that's your round, but other people are going to be like spamming their one-handed weapons at 15 stamina 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
If they're critting every time, or if they do a dagger build, I mean they'd be getting close to those numbers too. But you know, only take back is that costs mana.
Yeah.
And if you're willing to waste precious, Estus Flask trying to restore that over your health, then that's a risk you'd be willing to take. I want one spell to be like that's the big mama. You want to use that for bosses, not NPCs or mobs. So.
Oh shit, that's actually a T3 spell. I'm just looking at.
I got you for the holy as well. Did you look at the holy spells? Because I changed the holy to be percentage-based healing instead of a raw healing score.
Yeah.
So that has permanent scaling multiplier. So
Oh,
first one was like 25% max HP. The other one was 50%. Stuff like that. And I don't know if I want to add actual staff additional damage healing to that. I don't think I'd want to.
I mean, if you're adding damage scaling to maybe it's like instead okay, give me a sec here. Let me finish this spell. Intelligence +2. I don't know if that requires. Okay. And requirement equals int 30. Okay, so got that spell done. I got like one more arcane spell to add to the list.
Okay.
Something explained, and that's holy, you said?
Yeah, holy has the healing on it.
Okay.
Actually has resurrection and all that stuff too.
Yeah. Okay, heal a target for 20% max HP. I mean, I would just make the numbers, dude. What is a chime? Divine chimes. 4d10. I would literally do the same damn thing it's as with the arcane spells. The same formula, dude. Tier them exactly the same way, and then it's like anybody looking at it, it's like no weird differentiation in terms of numbers and stuff, right? You know what to expect. Okay, I cast a healing spell. It's 2d10 plus my scaling.
Should I be allowed to crit?
Why not? Sure.
All right.
Right? Like if you don't crit, like there's no crit fail for it. You roll a 1, but you could get a critical heal. And you could say instead of maybe healing the same target, for that, maybe they get to choose on a crit. Do they get to use the extra dice for that one person, or do they maybe get to choose another person? Maybe it'll be easier to... I don't know. Because these are all... Right, because then, for instance, again, it would make it better for... although I would reduce the costs maybe as well, so they're in line with the arcane stuff, like 15, 25, and 35.
Right.
Oh, and then Great Heal. Oh, wait, actually. 2d10, 4d10, and oh yeah. See, now if you do that, then you don't have a healing spell that in one cast heals everybody for 100%. You can bring the costs down to be this like a similar scaling of costs, MP and stamina wise, as the intelligence stuff. Like so they're in line with each other. And then so like by the time you have great heal, again, if that's like if the requirement is the same, so 12 wisdom for heal, 20 for medium heal, and 30 for great heal, then you could make it so that'd still be 2d10, 4d10, or 6d10 plus your scaling, right? And then if you crit, you double heal, because 6d10, like that's like the average. That's
pretty huge.
That's 30 plus whatever your scaling mod is. Like at 15, my scaling mod is only +8 with C.
There'll be some
scaling.
items and armor. There'll be items and armor that reduce the crit range for spells temporarily and things too. So I think they're one of the boss. I haven't uploaded them yet because I want them to be a surprise for you guys because they're interesting. But one of them in the arcane like reduces the crit range of a spell temporarily. Which would be fun.
Yeah,
or for a player.
Because like I would really be interested in making like a melee character that delves into a bit of spell casting. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that kind of goes like a true quality hybrid. Let's call it like a quality hybrid build. I'd be really interested in doing that. And then I could dabble in like every kind of spell school available or whatever spell type. You get a little bit of this, a little bit. I haven't looked at the unholy spells yet. Let's see.
The unholy spells has a lot of like transformative stuff, kind of like hollow stuff.
Fireball.
It can be called whatever, but
yeah,
fireball is definitely that.
No, I was just like kind of surprised to see it in there. Is all. I was expecting to maybe see something like that, like the opposite of the holy ones, like instead of heal it'd be like damage.
Can you add in a spell that's like fire whip?
Yeah, add it in the feedback so I remember on there.
Yeah, fire whip.
I'm not sure what I would have that thing do, but yeah, I'll figure something out for it.
Well, just think what was your whip spell doing in D&D 5th edition in Mia's stuff? When you were playing
it's like 1d3, 1d4.
No. I'm not talking about damage. I'm talking about mechanically. What was
it? It pulls them 10 feet closer?
Yeah. You can do shit like that with it.
All right. Yeah, if you want. I'll probably remove the attack of opportunity effect from it too to make it interesting. Higher crit range. So not the best damage, but pretty good utility and effects on it, probably.
Man.
Or like the Chaos Fireball was a good one from Dark Souls 1. You throw a fireball and it leaves a pool of lava for a few seconds where they stand.
I think that one was a boss spell if I remember right though.
Yeah, you get it from Quelaag.
Yeah, that's already in there.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, it's gonna be easy for Mia and other people who've played Dark Souls to be like, I remember these weapons and these spells. I'm not taking too much from Elden Ring since it's a little bit more holy. It wasn't really my favorite when it came to items and spells. There's some stuff I like.
Yeah.
But Dark Drift is another one that's going to be in there too that I really liked. Do you remember that one, Mia?
From which one is that one?
Dark Souls 3. You didn't play 3.
I haven't played 3 yet, yeah.
Yuria, do you remember Yuria of Londor? I think she was in there. She was mentioned by Framped. They like follow Framped or whatever. It was mentioned in 2 and 3, but I guess not so much in 1. They didn't expand on it. But her katana cannot be blocked. It has to be dodged. It goes through shields and any absorption values you have. It's really broken.
Ooh, that's great. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Fuck the moon veil. I want that.
Oh,
I see.
The great moon sword.
Yeah, or the chaos. I do want to do the chaos blade and kind of just min-max my stats for constitution and dex and just like take my hits that I land. Survive them. But the bonus damage is like so good.
your own.
There was a few, like, I would play a dangerous game with that sword because I would do the Power Within, which slowly saps your HP as well. And you use that to buff my Chaos Blade with 99 soft humanity. I would do so much damage, but I would have to chug so many flasks during a fight.
True. And probably for each zone, I'll probably do an Estus Flash Shard. Obviously, you guys got to find it. Not just, it's free. Here you go. Woo! Yeah,
Find it.
rewards exploring shit. Right.
Will the shards give us more Estus flasks, or will it increase the Would it?
I'm trying to decide how I want to do it because I got to write up the alchemist thing, like I told you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm going to separate the two, where one increases uses and the other increases effectiveness. So I still gotta think and decide on that one there.
Yeah, because I know, like, I forgot what it was in 2 that increases your.
Sublime bone dust.
That increases the healing, but there's
Yep,
something that
and then there's
increases.
this normal Estus. Yeah, normal Estus shard. That's all it was.
Oh, to increase the amounts that you got.
Yeah. Yep.
And Dark Souls
1. 3 was. I don't remember what it was.
1 was Firekeeper's Souls, and you had to use those to gain more.
Yeah, or something. This would be more alchemical based and more arcane based stuff, because the flask is like an actual an unending flask in Pathfinder, because it's still Pathfinder as it's War Scorn world still, right? So back and forth flask of unending. Except the flask of unending's made with Sotrum ore, and it can be used so many different times. Yeah, so it's pretty decent. I don't know. But did my break up? Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
There we are. Yeah, this is progressing a lot faster than I thought. It's faster than Aura's because people are actually helping me test.
You're welcome.
Not break the game, fucking Jimmy.
Oh, trust me, I'll be breaking your game, bro.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the stats you guys have access to, the monsters will have access to, so that's still somewhat fair.
Mm-hmm. Okie doke. So I got all the arcane spells on here right now. Now I would say in terms of scaling, if you make all the other spell schools scale in the same manner as the arcane spells, we are not going to have to test any of those spells, Val. Because we won't have to test any of the other school's spells. For the most part, fair. Aside from some that have unique mechanics, right? So like Temporal Blink, I was just looking at this, and Vortex Warp, I think, are both spells that I would have some questions about. For instance, like, does Temporal Blink do any damage? What's the actual range? Like, does it have to, for Temporal Blink, for instance, it's the one that allows you to teleport up to 30 feet. If you select an ally, do you have to be adjacent to them, or can they be up to 30 feet from you and you just point them and say you're
restrictions like that I gotta read through actually add stuff. Like I said, a lot of those spells actually needed to test and actually add rule sets for them, like range, what do they do? All those are just literally getting ideas down or trying my best to Dark Souls 1 through 3, try to convert it to a Pathfinder rule set. Because so many spells from 1 through 3 is just, this is the damage, except it's a different color. Woo.
Yeah. Vortex Warp is another one. It's like, well, what's the range on that spell? Right? It doesn't say how far out can you select it.
I think my pizza's done. I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
He cares more about pizza than your question.
Yeah, pizza time. That's okay. No, I was just saying, this is, oh, excuse me. Jeez, it's already 7 p.m. I better stay up a little bit late, I think, today. Try to, anyways. Because tomorrow is Diablo 4. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. If Val follows my advice, effectively using the same kind of like damage modifiers and everything for how spells work, we are not going to actually have to do any like testing for any of the other schools of spells, because they will follow the same formula and we'll know what the outcomes of those formulas are already, which is good. Yeah, makes things easier.
Yeah.
Way easier. Okay,
I'm looking forward to it.
I am too. Like I was saying about earlier, it's like one of the things that is good about this is that these spells are relatively simple. The abilities like the Ashes of War, etc., the melee spells, because they're going to take up spell slots as well, eh? Just like spell slots. Instead, the Ashes of War, instead of having... Basically, it's going to be... You'll have whatever your character's spell slots are, but the difference is that it'll be... You'll have Ashes of Wars, or Ashes of War, and spell slots. Same mechanic, but separate for the two different types of skills or abilities. And then I think, or maybe he said he wants it to be just your spell slots. You could put Ashes of War or spells in there. And then weapons, unique weapons and the like say the Dark Moon Greatsword or something, would have its own special abilities on there. That would effectively be like a spell or ability or a Ash of War. That would be like added. You'd have an extra ability on top of whatever you normally could do. Yeah. Oh, then when he gets back, I'm going to spankaroo some enemies. He's like, oh, just roll the dice. And I'm like, I'd rather kill something now. I want to kill something, right?
I thought I was gonna die during my playtest. Then I remembered that I have Estus flasks. So I'm like, wait a second.
Yep. That happened to me too. I ended up having to heal once. But like I was like surprised. Because what I did with my character, let me see,
what difficulty level did you choose? Did you do the 1 level 1, 2 level 1s, 1 level 3, or 2 level 3s?
So we did 2 combats. One was me as a level 1 character versus a single level 3, and then the second one was me at level 1 versus 2 level 3s. And I'm a melee guy. But I have what did I take? Where is it? Oh boy. Spells, configuration, no. Where did I... Hey, quiet the hell down! Jesus Christ, kid. Where does it show my abilities? What did I... Because I had taken... Oh, right, it was based on the weapon previously. So I took, I had an ancient blade, so I did have it's a great sword. One special on it is restore 5 stamina when an enemy dies. I think that's from my armor. Weapon arts. Parry. So I basically made him like a dodge tank. Parry master. Dodge parry master. He's got parry as an Ash of War and quick step. That's what it was, quick step. So I could dodge and move, you know. What is it? 5 feet? Yeah, shift 5 feet. Yeah.
Nice.
And I could dodge with quick step, shift 5 feet to reposition, and parry, which was dope. Yeah, that's what I was doing, and it smacked pretty good. It worked pretty good, yeah. And then it took a little bit to get used to like stamina usage and stuff like that, right? But then I just started using my my token to have my stamina and MP listed on there. And like it was good because if I used quick step, I do believe it was quick step. Because quick step costs 10% FP and stamina, whereas dodging by itself would cost more stamina, like 20% stamina or something per use. Yeah. I'm gonna also ask Val if he can like make a special item that's like good for like you just have the one item to cast like all types of spells, like a high level item or some shit.
Yeah.
Because that would be cool, because I would love to delve into all 4 schools. Right?
Yeah.
Because if like you're I'm gonna actually add this up right now. I want to see leveling explained here. I want to see what the total points are. Let's see. So it's 20 plus 20. Plus.
And then I get up to the worst looking weapon.
Goddamn calculator.
Come on.
10, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Boom. And now I'm on another bad weapon.
Mason, you need to calm down, dude.
So in Conan, you can transmog your armor. So I have like my armor gives like it's heavy armor. It's 1,000 armor. It's decent, you know, keeps me from dying. And it gives me bonus agility damage because I go full agility, so I get bonus weapon damage. But I transmogged it into like the skimpiest little thing.
I was just thinking right before you said that. I bet she's gonna say skimpiest outfit. You know.
Yeah.
What else is one to do in an MMO, right? With transmog.
Exactly. Let's see. Okay, there's the front and the back. And let me share. I'll just post it in. I'll post it in Meme Dispensary.
Let's see. Oh, Mike messaged me. Oh, I see whatever Mike posted. Disney didn't even spare the horse.
Oh, I haven't posted it yet. I'm posting it now.
Even the horse in this freaking like remake of The Little Mermaid
is black.
Is fucking black. Like, come on. I'm surprised they didn't make the dude black too. Like no offense or anything. I just think it's dumb to do things like that. I think characters should be based on literally the character, how they put themselves forward, and yeah. I think that makes more sense generally, because then pretty much anybody can align or what's the phrase?
What do you think of my outfit?
Bootylicious.
Yep.
Yeah, let's
see.
see.
Yeah, but it's got 1,000. It's got 1,000 armor rating.
Very spicy. Mike is correct. It is very spicy. Yeah, it's literally bikini armor, right?
Yeah, it's
That's
like
hilarious.
I actually had to pay. I bought the DLC for this.
Oh yeah, just to get the skimpiest shit ever.
Just to get the skimpiest shit, and it's like the Darketo expansion, and the Darketo is like the goddess of sex. So of course everything is just like gimp sets.
I'm gonna because my stream is not technically safe for kids, so I'm gonna post this for anybody watching. This is my friend's character in Conan Exiles, right? Right, Mia?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they say only guys in MMOs do this, Mia. With some of the skankiest shit I've ever seen in terms of outfits and characters in games are like from chicks that play them. It's
Yeah, no,
fucking hilarious to me.
it's. I'm pretty sure everybody on the server thinks I'm a guy, which is great.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. It's like, no, I'm a chick, okay? And yeah.
They just assume because I have like the big, like I chose like the biggest boobs too.
Yeah.
This is stupid.
That's hilarious. Ah, that is.
And staying true to my roots.
I can see that.
You can take the girl out of sex work, but they can't take the sex work out of the girl.
Or is it that you can't, or is it you can't take this? You can take the girl away from the skimpiness, but you can't take the skimpiness out of the girl. Does that work too?
I guess, but it's too many words.
Oh, okay. Hey, Mike. What up? You're on stream, bro.
Are we playing Hangman or what?
Exposed to the world. What, are you
Why?
gonna hang yourself
What?
after seeing that Disney meme? Is that what you're saying?
What are you talking about? I'm the one that posted it.
I know, but you just said, "Hey, are we playing Hangman?" So.
Oh yeah. No.
It was a joke.
No,
on the joke, okay?
I was petting birds today. I don't know.
You were what? Petting
I was
birds?
petting bird. Yeah, why not?
That's
what
just
kind of bird?
Weird.
A duck and an emu. And a chick.
Oh. Yeah, you were close enough to pet. The emo didn't try to just disembowel you.
Bro. So the full story is
Prepare yourself.
there I was working a late night. Old Dickens. Never seen it coming. Oh wait, sorry, we're not doing old detective movies.
Fucked up.
Yeah.
We're not doing old detective movies. That's right. I'm not Dick Tracy. I'm not Dick Tracy.
I swear to God, who's that?
Probably Ben.
That's Val.
Who is
So,
that?
anyways,
With his pizza.
it's Val. He came back with the Taco Bell pizza or some shit. I don't know.
Taco Bell shits.
So today I went with Carson because their class had a field trip to a petting zoo.
Oh, okay.
They're like, oh yeah, like volunteers and stuff. And then Danielle was like, well, I'm working, you should go. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I guess I'll go. Whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine. And yeah, I was the only dad there.
Cool. Taking many chicks or what?
I probably could have, but I didn't.
Any hot single moms there? It's a perfect opportunity. Mike.
Actually, the one EA is pretty funny. Has a gigantic tramp stamp on the back of her on her. Oh, it's hilarious.
Tramp stamps are coming back in style, and I do not know how to feel about them.
She has gray hairs. I think she's had it for a while.
Yeah, well, she's one of the OGs. She's one of the OGs.
She's the OG.
Super classy.
I'll never forget. We had this hot, like, Russian. I don't know. Well, she was Eastern European. Sorry, she was German. That's right, she was German. When I was living up in Manning and working at the one store, I don't remember what the fuck her name was, man, but she was super hot, and she had the best tramp stamp ever. And she always had a low-cut shirt on, so you'd see it all the time. And she was like, that's the tramp stamp I remember the most. But anyways, not important.
So, Mike, that is extremely important, bro.
I mean,
that's funny.
Yeah.
I'm sure the EA might have been hot back in the day, but, she's like 40 now, so.
Yeah. Not so much.
I don't know. Whatever, I don't know.
You don't know. She might have aged quite
well.
well.
Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with anything. I wasn't there to get fucked.
For once, it's
you
me
and Danielle
derailing
weren't. You and Danielle weren't scouting for a third.
Well, we always are, yes, but not today.
Not another mom.
Do you want to bring your kid over for a play date? Or sorry, do you want to bring yourself over for a play date? And I guess your kid can come along too. Like,
yeah. Have a sleepover. Time for a sleepover.
Yeah. Oh no, there was a couple there that I'd already met or knew from like birthday parties and shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we get on the bus and we go out to this fucking petting zoo thing. It's funny when I got on the bus to go out there with Carson because I didn't go on there with him initially. Because, me and the only guy coming along, they're like, here, can you carry this? And can you carry this? And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. So I get on the bus. He's already at the back of the bus, right? With one of his, 3 girlfriends. Seriously, he all he plays with is with girls. So I don't. Guy's got game. I don't know how he does it. Anyways, and on the way back, they wouldn't let us sit in the back of the bus again for some reason. I don't know why. I guess it was too dangerous or some fucking ridiculous shit. So we get out there and we're doing the petting zoo stuff, and they have the one farmer guy out and blah 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 blah. It's funny because the one teacher there, one EA, you can tell she did not want to be there, and she was kind of scared of the animals. So she was like, "Here, you do this, and you get the kisses," right? And I was just like, and the one teacher with the emu, she was like throwing lettuce at them and running away, and I'm like, "What are you scared of?" I go over, just start petting its neck, give it some carrots, like some lettuce, and I'm like, "It's fine, man." I was like, what's this bird gonna do to you?
They were just like, he's a Disney princess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Disney princesses, they can come in a variety of flavor these days. But what was I gonna say? I don't remember what the point of all this was.
I don't either. You said you came in and you petted some emus, and you're like, here's the story.
Yeah, we went out there and they had a whole bunch of different animals and all that shit, and yeah, that was all pretty fun and everything. But fuck, I came back after and I don't know what I did, but I fucking pulled a muscle in my chest, right beside my heart, man. It fucking hurts, dude.
Yep.
All those boxes those people are asking you to carry.
It's not. I know it's not a heart attack. I looked up the symptoms before. I was like, I don't want to die, and I'm like, I can tell it's not a heart attack because it's only when I move a certain way or when I cough.
Yeah.
I'm planning on getting high here in a few seconds, so
Is it
I'm gonna
directly?
suffer well.
Is it directly in the middle of your chest?
No, it's off to the left, just above my heart.
We call those.
I already looked all these up. It's definitely a pulled muscle or something because it's only when I lay or move a certain way that it hurts.
Yeah, it's called it's most likely an interstitial muscle tear or something like that.
Yeah,
that's what I
say. We call them a heart stitch, and what you do is or at least what my family calls it. It's like a chest pain that just happens, and what we do is we pull in the direction that hurts the most, and eventually you just hear a pop and it's gone.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was already doing and when I was laying in bed because I had to. But yeah, whatever. It's it is what it is, and
Were there
yeah,
any horses?
Any horses? Yeah, no, there were some. They had one little pony they brought out for the kids to sit on, and they wouldn't let them ride around, which I thought was fucking ridiculous. But
Did they at least spare the horses, unlike Disney?
They had a. Well, actually, it's funny. They had a whole playground and everything. There's fucking emus are in there while the kids are playing, and fucking goats and shit. Whatever, man. I have a video of Carson. He's swinging on these kind of I don't know what you call them. You hang on them and you swing.
I'll be right back, guys.
Anyways, and he's no, well, you hang off of it. You don't sit on it, you hang off of it. Parallel things or whatever. When you swing. Anyways. And the fucking emu was just sitting there right beside him. Whatever. Didn't even give a fuck.
You know what I miss from playground days is the tire swing.
Oh yeah, I actually don't like the tire swing because I don't like spinny rides.
Ooh, I didn't ride it. I pushed the tire swing, and I I tried it on my little brothers, and I forgot to take into account weight distribution as an adult versus children versus when I was a child doing it. Because I would do is I would spin them around, and I would grab the empty part of the seat, and I would basically use the weight of my body, and I would put my feet underneath the tire swing, and then use that force to spin around really fast. It doesn't work when you're an adult and you're spinning children. They almost flew the fuck off. Luckily they didn't, but they almost wiped out. Poor Cameron was just halfway in. halfway out.
We only had regular swings in my school, and by the time I got to grade 5, they stopped all recess for the elementary school.
What?
They stopped recess.
What the fuck, dude? I would have been
They
flipping
did.
the
Recess was for 5th graders and below, and then 6th grade is technically elementary school. 6 and 7 didn't have recess.
Recess went up until
Well, they
6th grade.
completely outlawed it in this school district. There's no recess period.
What the fuck?
Instead, they have a 25-minute reading period that nobody
Oh
does
my
anything
God.
in.
Fucking, they tried to do that shit with fucking Alex when he wasn't even in school and he was just in what's called the Puff program when he was 3. He had this one teacher that would there was 2 Puff classes. The other class would always go outside, and the class that he was in with this one old teacher that was definitely on her way out, always sat inside and did crafts. And Alex started getting really disruptive. And we moved into a different school where they played outside all the time, and then it wasn't a big deal anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, dude, you need to. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Kids need to get out, socialize, do something, and
Some of those
fucking
kids that
energy
came
out.
after some of those kids that came after me really needed the fucking recess to let off some sort of energy, because in school, they're all the type of people that need to be bitch slapped as well, you know.
So how they did in our school, it was grades kindergarten through 4th, you get 3 recess periods throughout the day that were around 15 minutes. And then for 5th graders, you got 2 recess periods. One was for 15 minutes and the other was for 30. And then 6th grade, they cut that off. There was no recess, but there was an hour break where you can wander around the schoolyard or school grounds and read or do stuff.
Even in junior high, I mean, it was you still have breaks in between classes.
Oh yeah, no, there was breaks in between
You
classes.
have
and all that.
We didn't have breaks, period.
recesses, I guess it was recess and everything but name. We didn't have a playground, obviously, at junior high, but we'd still, go outside and or hang out or take a break, and then you'd have your lunch. Your lunch break was the longest one, and there'd be one kind of between 1 and 2 or whatever.
Yeah, and you go out and use a lot. Yeah, no, it's the same for us. Once
I don't
you
know.
hit
The American
6th grade, it was
system
like that.
is still different, for example, than
It's
the
also not just the American system as a whole. It depends on the state. It also comes down to the district as well. So
here in Canada, for example, we don't have any. There's no such thing as prom. Okay, there is no prom. There is no. Whenever I watch movies and they talk about freshmen and shit, for the longest time I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. We don't use any of that terminology at all in Canada. I was like, what the fuck is freshman?
Such a fucking derogatory term. It's it's your first year in high school. You're a freshman.
Yeah, so I understand what
blood.
it means now. But it wasn't until I was a lot older when I was like, oh, it means the first year, because if you're a freshman in college, it's your first year in college or whatever, right? And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, prom and homecoming are 2 big dances that every school district has here.
We don't do any of that here in Canada, at least not here in Alberta, anyways.
I went to a homecoming and it wasn't even for my school district. It was for my friend's school district who lived 2 hours away, and I just went to her homecoming. Because I'm no one knows me here, so it's not weird that I'm here. Meanwhile, but versus me going to my high school prom or homecoming, it's I don't have a date and I'm alone. So it seemed like a proper social standing point for me at the time.
So Danielle, when I started going over there, she still hadn't graduated yet. But on her graduation, I encouraged her to go. And over the years, I kind of forgot what the reason why she didn't go. I thought it was because she couldn't go or she didn't want to go. No, it's because her mom wouldn't pay her fucking school fees, so they wouldn't allow her to go to her grad. I was like, what the fuck, man?
No.
That's...
You have to pay for school?
Apparently, there's some school fees. Yeah,
Yeah, we had school fees too.
We
for
didn't.
small things. Okay.
The only fees
know,
our school district has is if you're gonna buy lunch.
Yeah, no, some of it's weird. Some of the schools here in Alberta just aren't funded enough. I was in the one school, Mia, let's put it this way: we had a industrial arts lab or shop or whatever you want to call it, right? Woodworking place.
Shop.
Do you think we were able to use it? So the students that literally went to that school? No, we weren't. They literally leased it out to a different school, so we weren't even allowed to use it. Isn't that fucked up?
That's really weird.
Yes. That's why I won't live in small towns anymore with my kids. I'm like, I want to live in a small city at least, and my kids have a fucking chance to do something.
Well, I
I've
feel more
still,
blessed
I've
about
still
my public
never.
school experience because, like, our school district was a really good school district, and I hear people talking about theirs. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Like growing up, I always, except for like Peace River, I always grew up in small towns.
I grew up in a small town too. Just the school district was a really good school district.
Yeah. Like I remember
my middle school experience was extremely fucked because like majority of the work was in middle school. And then in high school I only had 4 classes every semester and shit, so it was like really laid back. And the only time that I had to pay like school fees is like senior year when I had to get my cap and gown and all that like graduation bullshit.
Oh, I dropped out junior year and got my GED that same year.
Yeah. I never
So
actually ever graduated. All I've got is a grade 11 and 3/4. I could probably go back for the few credits I need, but whatever.
Middle school, I had 12 classes every semester.
Yikes.
I wouldn't
And
do
it's
that.
like 45 minutes every class or some shit like that.
Okay.
Here's
Yeah, once it started getting into like pick your periods to get your credits, like I think it was like sophomore year. Yeah, no, junior year I did online, and then I just decided I was just done with school, and I dropped out, and then I got my GED, and I got my GED my first time without studying. It was really, really easy. I should have just done that. I could have done that sophomore year, to be honest.
Have you guys ever been in a school where your principal bullied you?
No.
I had a principal that personally bullied me. I was in grade 3. The guy almost lost his job and his teaching license because of it. He would come into the class. Yeah, it was this dude. I remember him. His name was Mr. Law. He was my grade 3 math teacher. Yeah, I know, right? My grade 3 math. He wasn't never meant to be a math teacher. I think he kind of got shoehorned in there, kind of thing. In fact, every single teacher they had where they shoehorned him into something, I had problems with. But, anyways, he would come into class and like I had to be up at the front, and he would just walk in and fucking flip my desk and make me pick up everything in front of the class. And he did it, but I like, you know, I'm a very closed off person even at this time, so I just never said anything to anybody. I just put my head down and dealt with it, kind of thing. And then some other kid ended up mentioning it to their parents, and then they talked to my parents, and my fucking mom went in there, and the fucking teachers were holding her back because she was trying to fucking throttle the guy. Like she was so fucking mad.
Yeah, and also when you're that young, you don't. Yeah, you when you're that young, you don't really know. It's like, well, this is the adult. Like, I guess is
well. It's
how...
also he was getting frustrated with me because I couldn't learn multiplication. But the problem is I'm trying to learn multiplication from a fucking asshole who wasn't teaching me properly. Apparently, because you know what, my mom sat me down, or my mom and my dad sat me home, and they taught me multiplication in 3 hours after they learned about this fucking guy. Because they were wondering like what was going on, like why my grades were slipping so much, right? Because I always had fairly good grades up until that point. And I think it was actually around this point that I actually really started like I just didn't give a fuck about school anymore. I think that never went away. And like yeah, he was trying to teach me multiplication, but in a very weird way. I don't remember how, but I remember it was weird, right? And my mom and dad sat me down and taught me multiplication in 3 hours.
How did your mom and dad teach you?
I don't remember. That was so long ago, Mia. And actually, these days, it seems like they have an even better way of doing it because Alex is starting to, like, you know, this year we're starting to learn all that shit. He's in grade 3, right? And from what they taught them from kindergarten to grade 2, transitions them somehow easily into learning multiplication and division.
Nice.
The teacher sat down and explained it to us. It was actually really interesting.
Division was hard for me because I could never, like, I still have issues with division.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no,
because I never found, like, I was never taught. They tried to teach me long division, and that was just not working for me. And I had to, like, it wasn't until I figured out I have access to the internet that I figured out a way that worked for me. They like show your work. Because that was the hardest thing. Or no, one teacher showed me how to do long division. It actually made sense because I just remember sitting down with my dad and him trying to teach me long division, and it just was just me not understanding what I'm supposed to do, and just like tears filling up the math page because he's just like, "Why don't you fucking get it?"
What got me is I learned from like elementary school to middle school, like I was fine with multiplication, division, and all algebra and shit. But when I got to high school, they all of a sudden swapped from the old symbols to the Latin symbols for no goddamn reason. So I couldn't use. So I couldn't use
What
the
does it
line
even
and
look
two.
like?
Yeah. So the regular symbol is a line and 2 dots for division, right?
Yeah.
The Latin is just a cross sign.
Oh, what the fuck, dude?
And then for
Why?
multiplication, instead of an X or a cross, it's a dot.
Were you guys learning fucking from textbooks in the 1910s or something? Like, what the fuck?
They taught us
you
when they
Catholic?
were teaching us when our
Fuck.
school system, like they never changed it. Like typically
That's
multiplication
weird.
was either an asterisk, an X, or
Yeah.
sometimes it would be a dot too. But they taught us what all of the symbols for multiplication typically are for. So there's like the division, the line with 2 dots, or just a forward slash is division. Technically, any fraction is a form of division. Yeah.
I hate fractions, and I hated when you had to start like fucking dividing and multiplying them and shit. I hated that.
I used to
So much.
hate like decimals in fractions as well until I started doing my own payroll, and and then I'm like, okay, I get
Also,
this.
hey Jimmy, how's it going?
Hi.
Just listening about all our problems, and you're like, life isn't so bad.
Yeah, it doesn't seem so bad. I went to school like way after all of you. Also in Canada.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in Canada as well, but I'm I'm obviously I think I'm definitely besides Matt's older than I am by a few months, but I'm gonna be 38 next month, so yeah, I think I'm way older than everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I remember the first time going on the internet and it was at school, so there you go.
Since my mom worked as a software tester as a kid, I always had a computer, but I didn't use the internet that much because I was so scared that I would break the computer by going on the internet. So all I did was play pinball, the stock pinball game.
Yeah, I don't know. I know Alex is on there all the time, and I ask him like, "Hey, is anybody ever saying anything weird to you or anything?" And sometimes I go into Roblox and I check his chat logs and shit just to be sure.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes,
smart.
yeah,
I tell my mom that she
I
should do
get
the same thing, and she
find them.
Yeah, I tell my mom that she should do the same thing as she should learn how to like log onto their accounts and check their
Yeah,
messages.
well, you can have
But she's like, I
accounts
don't want
like
to do that. It's like, well, how do
no,
you not know the person they're talking to isn't actually a fucking 42-year-old man? Like,
especially on Roblox. Like a lot of the people that made Roblox are in jail for fucking molestation and shit or child porn. No,
yeah,
no, obviously that's not all of them. Every company has their bad apples. I mean, look at fucking Blizzard, for example. Fuck.
yeah,
But, a lot of people do use that sort of shit, right? So
yeah.
I always like to be sure, and I always ask him. And I don't know, he's a pretty
But
smart kid.
she's just like, she's just so very like, she doesn't let the, she's just like no more forever. And like when I was telling her about this, like you need to pay attention and actually check. She's just like, well, they can't play it anymore. And then she got into an argument because Kyle was there and got into an argument with Kyle. And she's like, well, this game's for kids. I'm like, it is for kids, but you can still be an adult and play a game for
Yeah,
kids.
no,
I play
people can
games for
still
children
fucking
all the fucking time. That's
yeah.
not the fucking point.
It doesn't matter. You can still fucking get your way in there, and I said it doesn't stop until they're adults, man. There's still people
Yeah,
that
until
are
they learn.
people
Yeah.
that are 14-year-old boys or whatever, right? Like it's fucking weird.
Yeah.
It's
Like
but
looking back on my unrestricted internet access, there's a lot of moments that were just like, that is illegal.
I've definitely seen. Yeah, well, that's why I know. Is I'm like I've fucking seen some wild fucking shit. And I'm
you
not
don't
even a
know.
woman. I'm sure being a woman on the internet is fucking far worse, so whatever. get some fucking weird ass shit, dude. I remember I was watching this guy. He was on this podcast, and he's like, and the dude's like, "Oh, how fast do you think you can get like a sex offender in chat?" And he's like, "Oh, here, watch this." It took him literally 16 seconds, and he had like 40 messages. It was fucking gross, dude.
Yeah,
I'm back,
like
bitches.
welcome back.
Thank
You're
Huh?
I don't know if you muted us, but your streams
No.
had quite the interesting listening.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check it out afterwards because I was absent for a few minutes here.
We're talking about
I forgot you were
internet
doing that.
safety with children.
Sorry, say that again, Mia.
Internet safety and how to handle that with
Oh,
children.
we were also talking about like school back in the day. Like apparently, Swag and Mia were saying that I guess in the States or wherever their recess only goes up until grade 5. Whereas I'm like, I know in grade 6 we for sure had recess.
Oh, I mean, we even had recess.
It used to be grade 6, but then they got rid of it. Like
Weird.
right the year before I was supposed to be in
Oh,
6th grade too.
So here's my modern version of recess. Seeing as I went to school like 10 or 20 years after you guys.
Yes, I was gonna say. Well, you're
you're
pretty young, aren't you, Jimmy? I don't know how old you are. Or whatever. But... Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I've heard you say that before. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 9 because I graduated in 2012, or I was supposed to until I dropped out.
So for grade 1s to 8, at least in Canada, it changes from school district to school district. But I had 2 recesses.
Yeah, I think that's
like,
pretty typical
every
in
day.
Canada here. I
Yeah.
used to live in Nova Scotia, and it was the same when I
Mhm.
was a kid. I was there till grade 6, then moved to Alberta. What was it? Grade 5? I thought it was grade 6.
No, we met in grade 6, but
grade
you guys were out of school for a while before you even came to Alberta. I thought.
No, moved up here right around what was it? Close to Christmas, so it was like November or something like that. And then got in after Christmas holidays, I think. So like January or some shit. Because I was in grade 6 for the other half of the year. Yeah, up here in Alberta. And I remember all the way up to grade 9, because I never went to fucking high school. Having recess like once or twice a day.
High school is completely different in that it completely changes depending if your school is semestered or not.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I never went to high school, is what I said.
Yeah. No, high school is different because you can end up with spares and shit.
Yeah.
Depending on how
high school you did at that point their recess is not needed at that point, but you did have
No.
like points, like periods, like free periods where you could just do whatever. Because if you did especially how we did our school, if you buckled down and you just like put like as many credits towards your to your diploma as possible in like the first 2 years, junior and like senior year, you could just take 2 periods out of the day, and then the rest of the day you can just go home. You just be gone.
I must like that myself. Where I only had a couple classes, it was great. What were you gonna say, Jimmy? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it completely changes depending if your high school semestered or not.
Yeah.
It's also really nice when you so my school worked in that I was a semestered school, so I had I could take up to 5 courses a term. And there's only 2 terms total. So I was like, you get 1 break typically unless you fast track for your lunch break or whatever you want it. And so usually people want it at either first period so they can sleep in or last period so they could go home early.
Yeah, of course.
I feel like I'm missing something.
Is it your soul?
No.
Got it out the dry cleaners.
I was missing something. I didn't clear out a mob. I don't like this dungeon. There's too much poison, and I don't have a sandstorm mask, so I'm just getting choked. Oh, I wasn't missing anything. I'm an idiot. Never mind.
All right, Val and I are going to jump to a different channel for a few minutes here so we can discuss
Okay.
things here.
You guys go have your fun.
Yep. I don't know. I don't
I'm
know where the
gonna
fuck he wants
join
to
in.
go.
I'm gonna join in just to listen, but I'm not gonna actually
Okay.
help with testing.
I don't know where Val wants to go. Where are we going?
Wherever you want to go.
RBGS or some shit?
So we don't make Swag have an aneurysm when we talk about nerd shit.
He's the biggest nerd here, though. And with that, I'll dip out.
I make the decision.
It's
Final
just so
last
fucking
words.
hilarious. He's always talking about D&D nerdy shit. Like, come on, dude. You talked about like fucking Warhammer 40k and God knows what else. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, let me see. A couple spells I wanted to mention real quick here was okay. So we're going to talk about Arcane Pulse or Pulsing Arcane. I renamed it to Arcane Pulse because you know that sounds cool. So yeah, it needs to have a range, like a distance.
I changed it to excuse me. I'm also eating hot jerky right now. Arcane Pulse.
Pulsing
Arcane.
Yeah, I just
create a
changed
pulse
it
of
on my
Arcane.
character sheet.
Create a pulse of Arcane. I just updated it towards a target up to 30 feet away that knocks them backwards 10 feet if it hits. Does not affect creatures larger than you. This ability is 100% of damage listed from the staff. Crit multiplier times 3.
Okay, I will
And then the better
read
one
that.
will knock them back, has longer range, and will knock them prone.
Cool.
And they can't block. If they do, they get guard broken.
Okay, and then let me see. Did this one need? Okay, so for this altered timeline,
Mhm.
can you change it so that you can maybe cast it on somebody else?
It says place a buff on yourself or an
On
ally.
your or an ally. I didn't see that. Sorry. Okay. May only be cast after a long rest. So you
So
can
you only cast it
it
once.
That's fine.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
But resets upon visiting a temporal. Okay, so when it says resets after visiting a temporal state, that means it comes off you and you can cast
Yep.
it again or something.
So, resting at a temporal site is a long rest.
Yeah.
So I put that in there to prevent gray area. Be like, well, technically I long rested and I cast it again, so you know.
Okay.
I had shit like that in Orbs pop up. I'm like, nah, not playing that.
I would. So I have a suggestion for this temporal infusion. Okay. Give me a second here. I would make it so that it lasts longer than a single turn, maybe, because you can only cast it once per day, right? Or
True.
once per long rest
That's
or
a valid
something.
point.
Yeah, and it's reducing your HP by 20%, whatever that number is. Right.
Where's the ice cream that was in here?
Will last for, we'll say 3 rounds. And you probably get the slumbering ring to increase it by another 2 rounds if you get that ring, right? So 5 rounds, which would be pretty fucking OP. That in mind, I'll probably reduce it to 2 rounds then. There we go.
Ow.
Congratulations.
Holy shit, some people. Fucking ridiculous shit. I had to mute myself for a minute because my brother's fucking so stupid sometimes, man. Bitching and complaining because my aunt came and brought like this huge like fucking 4-gallon jug or like a big freaking thing of ice cream.
Ooh, nice.
And wouldn't fit in our freezer. So my sister took the shelf out, but she took all the shit that was on the shelf and put it underneath. And my brother was like, I don't know where my ice cream is. And then he looked for like fucking 3 seconds and found it and continued to bitch and whine and complain about it. And it's like, what are you even complaining about at this right now? Like, what the fuck? So stupid.
Right.
So fucking stupid. Okay, so temporal infusion. And then chronostasis. I don't remember. Okay, so what's the range on chronostasis? It says target creature you can see begins to rapidly age. So does that not have a limit? It's just as long as you can see the target. It says target creature you can see begins to rapidly age.
Because if you try and go for max range, I guess.
Well, but there is no max range.
It's only based off the map. So I'll probably put that with that. Maybe I should put a range on that.
Yeah, because
that
it's
makes sense.
fucking 40 D10 damage currently, with a 17 to 20 crit range and a ×5 crit. Well, it's 8.
Should I set to 30 feet probably because it's a high risk.
It is a pretty high risk. Freaking, I mean, lots of
set it to
mana.
30 feet.
Oh yeah, did you agree that we're going to use the modifier from your casting stats to increase mana? Did you say yes to that? I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Cause yeah,
I'll update that here. Hang on. Skills.
Okay, cool.
I'll be closer to auras, but I'm okay with that being MP, I guess.
I mean, when you have spells that cost 40, if you want to do that 4 times in a row, like that's fucking, or whatever your modifier is, right? Plus shit from gear. That's like right now, currently, I could do it. Because it's kind of like the hit points thing. Like you have a somewhat steady increase or linear increase for your FP, right? Your MP. Excuse me. By investing in your stats, which makes sense, right? If you're going to be a spellcaster, because you're going to accrue more spells and you're going to want to cast more spells, but you kind of can't do that really unless you have something on your gear that reduces your spell cost or something, or abilities or whatever.
Okay, so I'll reword it where you may increase the meta bar percentage by an amount equal to your int, wisdom, charisma modifier.
Yeah,
that's easy.
Yeah,
I'm good with that. I won't do that for stamina because stamina regenerates anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, because it's a resource that doesn't regenerate till you have a long rest, it makes sense to have be able to increase that cap by like attributes and shit.
That makes sense. That's a good call.
Just like
that's
HP doesn't, right? HP doesn't regen every turn, so and it does a similar thing based on the mod. In terms of
that's a real good call.
Yeah.
It makes us specking into that worth it. So people aren't fucked.
I would say more worth it, right? Just because it's always nice to be able to, as you level up, essentially be able to do more because you're investing points. Okay. So the next one is Vortex Warp. It says creates an anomaly at a target location, but what's the range that you can, and how many things can be affected by it? It says a medium or smaller creature, I'm assuming is what it's supposed to say.
At a target
within
location.
10 feet towards it. So should this maybe be like a 10-foot radius and all creatures caught in it? Because this is a tier 3 spell that requires 30 intelligence, for instance.
So I will reword it to this. So read it now. Essentially, what I would do is I create a token, a 10-foot radius token, and anybody within that radius will get pulled in.
So put in pulling in medium or smaller creatures within 10 feet. Within a 10-foot radius. Everybody understands that. It's a circle, right? 10-foot circle. Yeah. And it deals damage, which is nice. Get crushed by gravity, bitch.
Only 30 intelligence, so it's not super high either.
Yeah, it's not
good
super
CC
high.
ability. None of these are super high to begin with, but
Let's see. Well, like technically, so the highest you need for any spellcasting stat, and I assume it might be something similar, maybe not. Maybe it's a lower threshold for melee weapons. I haven't looked through them all, but 50 is pretty low. So, and I think that's actually a good thing. So that would mean you only need to spend 120 points out of the 300 you have.
it's all those numbers are only there to prevent people from being like, "Yeah, I'm only grabbing it for this exploit or this reason." You gotta actually be spec'd into it. Like thematically,
yeah,
it makes sense. You need points there, right?
180 points you would be left with, right? So then you'd have strength, dex, con divided by 3. Because I'm thinking, what could you get with? You could put.
I set it to 300 now, so you're.
Yeah, I saw that. So with that, I could have 60 strength, dex, or con, 60 strength, dex, and con, and I could have 50 intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Like in terms of this hybrid melee / caster thing, that would literally grant me access or the ability to learn every single fucking spell in the game. Because I'd have the cap for what's at least currently listed for the highest requirements. And I think that'd be pretty good because, like, that's let's see. I want to see what the modifiers would be. Because I'd like to know what the hit points and stuff would be also. Let's see. Let's say this was an endgame level 30 character. So this character would have 120, 145 HP. It would have a base 25 to base plus 50 to attack rolls. Okay, so now I'm seeing it. Okay. Remember we talked earlier about like attack rolls, spellcasting versus melee or like weapons attack rolls. Here's the difference. Spellcasters get 3 stats that they could apply their attack that they get attack roll modifiers from, and melee guys only get 2. Right? Even with strength and dexterity at 60 in this case, that's a plus 50. But with 50 in 3 stats, it's 60. So even then it's 10 more than like
We'll just put an extra 10 in strength over dexterity. That equals out the same. Yeah, the caster may be able to attack a little bit better, maybe, if you do the math right.
No, it still ends up being the same as 50.
Regardless,
still 50.
Like, those stats go there regardless, but a strength, a melee weapon person is going to be more consistent damage because they only have 2 stats to spread compared to someone doing 3 stats, right? And that's saying if someone does want to do 3 stats, they probably don't want to. They maybe do. Who knows? You might. It sounds like you might want to do that, which would be pretty cool.
Yeah. Because I'd like to dip it at least with one character. This way I could be like, okay, I can... Oh, yeah, another suggestion I wanted to make is a talisman or something that you can wear or wield that allows you to cast spells from every school of magic. Like a unique or something like that. Or like.
And there's actual staff that does that, yeah.
Oh. Can there be something other than a staff? Like a fucking chime or... what are the items for the other classes? Like, what do they use?
The staff is the only one that does all 3. The chime has one that does divine and heretic. And the heretic one is arcane and heretic. Staff is the only one that does all 3. The chime does, yeah.
Okay.
Staff can do all 3. The certain staff of theirs.
Oh.
I don't remember what it's called. What's it called?
Oh, it does. What? I don't know which.
The pilgrim staff.
Oh.
Yeah, it's called the pilgrim staff. It has lower scaling, but it allows you to cast all spells with it, essentially.
Where is...
And the divine one is the chime. the Enchanter's Chime, so you can do divine spells and heretic spells with a chime at lower damage, of course. You're sacrificing utility, right? It's kind of like how it was in Elden Ring and Dark Souls. Only certain chimes and abilities can dual cast the other one, and there'll be the saber from Dark Souls 3 that you can cast unholy stuff with too. So that'll be fun.
Am I fucking blind here? Where is staffs, dude? What are they under? Magical range? Okay, here we go. I found it. Okay, which staff is this? The Pilgrim. Able to cast Divine, Arcane, and Heretic. But what about Unholy Divine?
It's divine, same thing.
Oh, okay, it's this. Okay, cool.
Yeah, one's holy, one's unholy. I just put them all under the same thing, because I'm not going to create another third class. That's, I think 3 is enough for people to juggle around with.
And then it's got E for scaling, but it scales from 3 stats.
Yep.
And how much would this cost?
I haven't really decided as far as weapons where they'll be dropping, who you can purchase them from.
Yeah,
So I haven't
because
decided
this is
yet.
definitely what I like. Because if I was to do this right off the bat, okay, let's see. Also, if all the spells technically had like the same requirements, like for the lower levels and stuff like that, that'd be like even Stevens.
Side thing, real quick. Ben, I learned Grandmaster Weaponsmith.
Oh shit! Where?
It was one of the scrolls that was in the Shrine of the Serpent, all the way on the west side of the map.
Yeah, I got a screenshot that for me, so I can go there and learn it too. Holy shit, that's good.
I was looking at it. I was looking at drops. I think any of the dungeons can drop it. There's a 25% chance.
So it's got to keep spamming it until.
Yeah, it's a 25% chance for the
that's
end dungeon thing to spawn a crafting or cooking recipe.
Lame.
Yeah. So you can just spam the bat one.
True.
What is the first heretic spells?
Heretic is what I'm planning on going.
12.
Heretic has some good stuff. I'll be adding to it eventually too. But
wait, what's this? Humanity? Oh, that's just a scroll that kind of like school within the school, some school.
Yeah.
No, I'm just looking at the minimum requirements for some of these spells, right? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 spells currently I could learn from Heretic on this character. Unholy and Divine have higher requirements because it's like 20 for heal. I think that. Oh, Lightning Spark 14, so there's 1.
Oh, dearie dear.
Yeah,
Where's the next
I could learn
dungeon? I'm gaining corruption here. Oof.
I'm just trying to think if I was to do this right now, what level would I need to be to start with that? 20, 24, 30, 14. Demon Flesh. Grant a buff to a target that grants them +10 attack and +10 damage to all physical attack and spells for... Oh my god, Val. Holy shit.
I gotta balance these, obviously.
Demon
right?
Flesh, it's perfect, dude. Unless you want to make, like, I don't know, it's a tier 1 spell, I'm gonna call it, so... that's
there's some pretty cool demon stuff. You could literally turn it into pretty much a demon.
But like I'm
Throw a
thinking
demon
like
arm,
at the
demon
lowest,
tail.
what the lowest level would necessarily be. So I need
learn demon form. Increase all your
14
attributes by 15.
Demon form. Where the fuck is that? Demon's fire, burst, brimstone.
Towards the bottom.
Demonic summon, flame protect me, demon arm, demon tail, demon leg, demon eye, hellfire, demon's greed, demon form. That requires 40 freaking wisdom though. I'm thinking of like how soon could I, what level could I, if I was to start like a level 3 character, because I need to think about spreading my points out. Right? What attributes?
When it comes to tomes, I'll probably toss you guys a bone and actually tell you where each tome is located. If you talk to an NPC and ask about it, like, yeah, it's in this location, or it's in that location. Obviously, the higher tomes are locked over certain areas because, I guess, some context without major spoilers. The valley area, it's like, all open world, but you can't really progress outside the valley to the highlands until you've got the ability to do so.
Things.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's open world, but in the form of amusement park. You know what I mean. I've done this a couple times with Tower of God, kinda. I guess it's less linear than Tower of God. But
Okay, I have a question for you. So, if I was to start a 3rd level character, how many spells can I start with?
It should say on level explain. So level 3.
Well, it just
2 spells. Yep.
But that's spell/ability slot, which is
that counts for a spell or an ability.
Oh, so I could know.
You got to
2
pick and
spells?
choose.
Okay.
Why don't you get the mage set? The mage set gives you 2 more spell slots.
And then I have no armor. What are you talking about, dude? Are you crazy? I'm a
Mage set
melee
does
guy.
have armor. It's probably not the best armor, but it's armor.
No, it's probably way worse than what I'm wearing, which is that warrior slash. Because I want to make a character that's balanced between melee or martial combat and spellcasting, right? Which means that probably most of my armor and stuff like that is going to be warrior stuff, and then like I'll have like just the spells. I'm not really worried about like beefing up the spells that much. They'd be like something I could do as like supplementary, right? Like from range or something. Attack from range once or twice. Yeah, so I think by level 3, I think I'd be able to do this. Let's see. 20. And then I get 15 points. Parry is... Let's see.
Why don't you just do what Mia did and get a parry shield 20? So you don't have to waste a spell slot for parry?
What? I'd have to... Wait, what? Oh, god damn it, right, because you changed that. Man. No, I don't want to wield a shield. I'm wielding a fucking greatsword, dude.
Then you're gonna have to spend at least parry on.
Oh, fuck. That's bogus.
Because a shield comes with free parry.
Yeah, but I don't want to wield a shield. God damn it.
Just buff your strength so you can one-hand a greatsword.
No.
The way you said that, no.
No, I had a specific character concept in mind, okay?
We actually discussed this, remember? We discussed this. You're like, that's actually a good idea. We agreed on it, and we
agreed on what? Yeah, but I thought, based on what we said, that you would have 2 separate things. Ability slots for, like, Ashes of War, and then spell slots would be separate. That's what we discussed before. Because otherwise...
I must have been mishearding you then. I like the whole concept of you choose. Are you going to be more combat related?
Yeah, but you can't do both. Like, you can't even really do any kind of hybrid thing then.
Yeah, you can do one Ash of War and then one or the other. I mean, I could bump it up to 3 and to throw you guys a bone, I guess, to help you guys out. Instead of 2. I mean, 3 would be fine.
That's still not enough because I literally only get 1 spell instead of 2.
I mean, it's better than normal Dark Souls where you start off with 2 spells or 1 spell, you know?
Yeah, but in that you don't have to worry about Ashes of War because it's a separate thing.
No.
Right? Right?
True.
God damn it. Now I'm thinking you should just put it back on the weapons file.
Only 2. I like this idea more, though.
I don't.
I know Josh, when I played with Josh, he liked it. I think Mia liked it. I don't know.
Yeah, but has anybody else...
Parry on the shield, unless you want to take the spell to use for your weapon.
So the spell ability slots, you get 3, right? It was 2. I'm going to change it to 3 to throw Mana Bone here. You gotta choose, do you want to equip spells in those slots, or do you want to equip Ashes of War in those slots?
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
So you're going to have to pick and choose how you want to build it. I'll probably bump up level 4 to +2. I'll do +2 along the board, so you have a fuck ton to choose from as time goes on. There we go. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you should have 9 spell slots by the time you hit level 12. So that should be enough.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Yeah.
That is a lot. More than what I was. I'll probably bump it down to. I don't know. I think that's enough. That's a big bone to throw you guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's a massive bone. I think that's starting with
you
3
got
instead of 2
You got to think
is
though.
fine.
Everything costs mana and shit too, right? Like, well, not everything, but like.
I mean, I'm gonna be using spells. I ain't using any Ashes 4, so.
Yeah, I mean, but the spells are quite costly. Like even the first spell, like the tier 1 spell of Arcane and whatnot, is like 15 MP. So you can do it like 6 times, and then and that's not like per fight. That's per day till you have like technically a long rest at like a bonfire or whatever the fuck it's called, right? Site of Grace, etc. $12 slots total by level 30. That's not too bad. Yeah. Because yeah,
I got
even
Holy Divine fixed. Holy
right
Divine
now,
is fixed.
I would
now.
have 115. Yeah, 115 MP. I'm just thinking because like if I was to start as a level 3 character, since that's something we might be able to do, I'd be able to do that. Retain my melee stuff, get some spell cap. So I'd have. I would have to pick one single spell to pick, right? Is what you're saying?
Let's look at character creation. Get to pick a. Is there a spell you can pick up a spell? I think. Yeah, one non-scroll arcane spell, heretic, unholy. Yeah. So if you want to start off with a specific spell that it's there.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know what's.
Surprised no one's picking up the Temporal Shard. Whoa,
what?
free extra flask. Yeah.
Oh, dude,
That's
I don't
a
think
lot.
we're gonna need
That's
to
a
worry
lot.
about that.
Yeah, it's a lot to pay when it comes to character creation for just an extra flask for 20 HP. I mean, yeah, sure, it'd be great if you're planning on just going ham, but you won't have the stats to really go ham anyway.
Fine, it is now 5.
Okay. Where's that fucking one?
I think stopwatch should be 5 as well. Vampire aesthetic, essentially.
I was kind of hoping when you're saying like Dark Souls inspired that you would give us the one free gift and we get to choose the one free thing.
Yeah. I still might do that. Might be a random fucking object that pertains to the story or something.
What the fuck,
But
dude?
these are your gifts. You buy them. You purchase them. Aha.
Yeah, but it's just like in like fucking Dark Souls 1, you can I always choose Master Key.
Yeah.
So I can skip levels, but you
Okay.
know that's obviously not going to be a thing in your campaign. But like, it was Master Key. There was,
okay,
extra souls. I think
10 extra souls, 10
life
black
ring?
bombs, life ring,
10.
the fairy ring. Fairy ring is one that you could get.
Yep. Instead of that,
which,
you just build your character however you want. These are your gifts. These are gifts. It's just a really long list of gifts. If you think about it.
yeah.
Like, no, Ben, that's not the same. Damn it.
No, it makes up for it because you didn't get to choose your starting stats. You got to choose your starting character, but you couldn't like pick and choose. You had to choose what was closest to what you wanted to end up doing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's only 5 to get a new spell. So are we going to be able to do something like say I have all 3 of my slots filled up. Am I going to be able to learn a new spell and then it's kind of sitting there on the side, like in Elden Ring and Dark Souls, and then I can switch it out when I sit at like the temporal site or whatever?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Because then I could get a non-scroll arcane spell, right? And that's Or no, wait, sorry, that's only 5. Is there a way to get? Because I really want that one buff spell, man. That fucking.
Is there the camouflage spell? Because I kind of want to turn into a pot and move around as a pot.
There is, but it doesn't work in combat. It does not work in combat. I talked to Val about that earlier. You
It's
have
a
to.
opposed perception check.
Yeah.
So if you break line of sight or something and then try to do that, then yeah, sure. You want?
Okay, well that makes
It's
sense.
a bit
'cause you're
more
not-
realistic. Yeah,
you're
it's
not
a little bit
using
more.
it. You're not using it for combat. Like you wouldn't cast. You wouldn't cast that spell in combat. You would cast that spell after you've invaded somebody's world, and then you would stand as an extra pot somewhere near other pots and wait for them to come to you. And then you would attack them, and then it breaks the spell.
Yeah.
Val, is there no way at character creation to pick something like demon flesh? Like no. No, I'm serious. I would pay the cost for that spell, bro.
I don't even know what demon flesh was, man. Let me look it up.
Oh, this fucking piece of shit. Fuck Roll20, you're so dumb.
I still gotta balance that. I'm
So
balancing
annoying.
that still. That one is.
That's that one buff.
The
Grant a buff
second.
to a
That's the
target.
second. Yeah, that's the second tome, man. You haven't even got the first tome.
What? That's like the first.
Nope.
Oh,
Rage, then Vengeance. Yep.
Oh.
You'll get it
I
eventually.
don't know, man. It's just weird. I'm looking at the requirement for it. Only 14.
Yeah.
I'm.
Some of the stuff is
to
gonna be
do-
really low, so people like you can pick it up, so you're not forced to be
Yeah,
like,
but
man, I just
if
want
I have to get
this
the other
ability."
scrolls first, though, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is what you're saying? I mean that. I don't know. This is something that would be beneficial early on, not as much later on. You know.
That's
'cause
why
it's
I'm
only
balancing it, right? I've got to balance it.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be augmenting it so it seems a little bit better.
Oh.
Or the time that you get it.
I mean, alternatively, you could just make it a rage.
Yeah,
And
I
keep it
could.
how it is, and then make a higher.
I
level
think I'll be
version as
losing
well.
out on how many vengeance spells I get though, because I only have 4 vengeance spells.
Yeah, you take one of the rage spells like Magma Breath or some shit, or Firestorm or something, and like this is how I would organize them in the list. Tier 1, everything that's up to like, remember earlier I mentioned like maybe up to like, what is it, like 20 or something in requirement. And then you can balance damage for spells and abilities, like even like Ashes of War in the same way based on tier. They're all in a list together. Then the next part of the list would be tier 2, and their range for requirements, the mana costs, stamina costs, etc., their prices, if that was something that you wanted to add in there, etc. Those could all be listed first foremost by what tier of spell is it, like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and then all tier 1, so I don't have to scroll through here and wonder like what are right. And then all the requirements would be also, you could put the requirements in order, so like from lowest to highest for each tier, starting at the lowest and move to the highest at the bottom, right? You know, organize it like that. I think that would be simpler to read than search through here and be like, oh, look, this spell Firestorm comes before Magma Breath, but Magma Breath only requires 22 intelligence, costs more mana, and compared to Firestorm, which only costs 20 and has a 38 intelligence requirement.
You know, I'm only how paying attention got them all because I just got a text. I'm sorry.
God damn it, Val.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Did you understand what I said though?
Yeah, some about requirements that makes sense to the level appropriate.
Organization of the list is what I was talking about. Organize them by tier and by requirement. Right? Because then you can balance like damage and costs for money or whatever the resources, souls or whatever the fuck it is. And MP and stamina costs as well. They can all be balanced. You could easily balance everything around tiers, which would be far simpler, I think, than thinking of like random. Then you just have like a range, right? Based on the intelligence or wisdom requirement or whatever. Yeah.
Yes.
Just a
yes.
Because it would definitely be easier to read these lists and to go through them if it's like similar to like if you go on to like Pathfinder, all your first level spells are listed, all your second level spells are listed together, etc. Like kind of like that. Yeah. But they're also balanced around, well, what level of the spell are they actually, right? In terms of like their damage, the range that you can cast them, etc. How many targets can be affected or whatever. Yeah. I don't know what most of these fucking items in here do. Like timeless effigy and shit.
Yeah, go to items. Here is non-crafted, and here is crafted.
Oh.
They're under items.
Grand mana. Oh, per round. I was gonna say 5% MP. What the fuck? But per round for 10 rounds. That's alright. Lockstone unlikes a temporal locked door or chest. So these are just items you can like find laying around and shit.
Find laying around, purchase
or whatever. Yeah.
Extremely
low
low drop
cost,
chance.
though. There's no cost.
And not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, because some of these you'll find, but some vendors will have it. I'll be resetting the vendors' item store every once in a while.
I have a question about this. So it says here, stopwatch resets the timeline in the zone, restoring all items and bosses. So I'm assuming that's to allow you to like maybe when you find like certain items in like chests or whatever, and or that like are dropped by enemies, then you can go back and do it again. However,
Especially if you want to redo a boss, it's this main focus, redoing a boss.
when you do that though, do the NPCs and monsters and stuff in the world understand that time has been reset? That I think from a like a roleplay standpoint for the campaign would be really
without telling you exactly what's going on, without ruining it. I don't know. It depends. How much do you want to experience over me just explaining how stuff works?
Well, you don't have to explain anything else. Just do they know? Like, if we were to walk up to, like, say we kill an NPC, and then we fucking reset the timeline. Like, say we're like in town or some shit, and we use it. We killed somebody, like a citizen of the town, and then we reset the timeline and came back out. Like, would they remember that we fucking murdered them?
No.
Or not? Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Nope.
That's interesting. There's a lot of fucking shenanigans we could get up to. No repercussions.
There's only so many of those, and they're pretty rare too.
Yeah, but still,
it's mostly used if you want to like do another boss and get like. Cause
no, Val. This is.
I talked to Tyler about this.
This is used for murder hoboing, bro. What are you talking about? This is murder hobo shit.
Don't worry, Valnok is not in here.
We don't
know
need
about.
Just need to not give us an item without that allows us to do whatever the fuck we want without repercussions.
I know you.
That's what the stopwatch does.
Only my characters you want to kill. Like, nope, get the fuck out of here.
What if I decide at a high level before I go and like say fight the final boss, I decide to like wipe out the entire town just for shits and giggles, and then I use stopwatch.
You could.
Oh, that's just freaking funny, man. Oh, okay, timeless effigy.
And that's what you're supposed to do at the end of every Dark Soul run. You just kill all the NPCs.
Kill all the NPCs and end the game.
Yeah.
And then you go to New Game Plus and do it all over again. So the ending never mattered.
Oh man, are we doing a New Game Plus?
Don't make me do a New Game Plus.
No, we're gonna make you do it, Val. We're gonna make you do it. Yeah, we're gonna.
I will set this up where if we want to run it again in the future, we can.
Yeah, up the levels. I assume you set it up at like to 30 because you assume that we're maybe by the end of the campaign going to reach 30, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
More or less. I'm assuming, right? I'm going to be trying to adjusting things accordingly because it's hard to like overly plan for stuff, especially when it comes to mobs and monsters. Because I try to build stuff closer to what the party is or isn't at that time. Over static. There will be some static, kind of like these militants you've been fighting. They're static, right? I made them before I knew what you guys were making.
Oh, by the way,
I got it.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's an easy enough system that I can use alongside you guys for the leveling. So monsters are challenging. They seem
Yeah.
challenging enough, or not.
Yeah, your Etra or whiskey and wine, I would suggest you change that because they're useless. I can tell you that right now. Literally,
only
like
cost
level. So Etra or whiskey increases strength, dex, and con by +2 for 3 rounds, and then the wine is wisdom, intelligence, and charisma by +2 for 3 rounds.
I don't say that's useless. That's pretty useful when
At
you're
low
starting
level.
out.
But
yeah.
like, what if we find something like at higher level, like it just be something that?
Why
would
would you use the
stat-
higher level stuff for small, like low level mobs?
What are you talking about? Like if you go into a like this could be useful if it was like 5% of those stats. Like you get it, it increases these 3 stats by like 5% of like whatever the core stat is. So like say your con is 50, 5% of 50, that's the increase. 5% of your strength, that's the increase for the 3 rounds. Like that would be then it's something you can use at all levels. That's my point. Is it something you could use at any time?
It's just a
always
cheap.
useful.
It's just a little cheap alternative that you can pick up and use. There's going to be items you come across that are like obviously it's just like this is
Yeah,
kind
like
of garbage,
rubbish.
but it's good enough, I guess.
I
Like
mean, but even at
rubbish
low
on there.
level, though, I don't know if I'd want to waste an action on using that realistically because I could just kill
Use it
something.
before you go into fight.
Yeah, but it's
An
only a
item
+1.
action?
It's only a +1 modifier. That's why I'm saying it's not necessarily really worth it, right? And to me,
Plus
it
one's
doesn't
better than
seem.
plus none.
I mean,
It's definitely there
or-
if you're building a wretch, right?
or I
It's
could
definitely
just
there.
kill an enemy and get the fight over with instead of wasting.
Yeah,
time
because
going
how much
through
does
that.
it cost for whiskey and wine
Oh,
and
I
all
don't know.
that?
It's not listed, bro.
It's 1 to get it for the item creation. So just stock up on like I don't know 5 of those, five whiskeys,
Yeah, but you can't
Right.
like consume them all and,
and
get
keep
plus
keep
10.
that 10. Yeah, well, look at it this way, right? Get 5 wines, right? That's and you drink all 5 when you probably do the boss, right? That's plus
Why would you
10
drink-
to. Well, listen to me. No, I know, I get it. Does it make sense? But listen, right? It's a concept. Spend 5 points on each hard wine. This increases your wisdom, intelligence, charisma by 2. That's plus 10 on each of your stats. 20, 20, 20. Right? You still have 15 points left over if you want to get something important like a fucking stopwatch or a soul effigy or a soul vessel or a lockstone or anything that's going to be hard to get in the world without
Okay,
having to level up.
are you saying that I could? You're talking about a character creation, but so the wine and the whiskey, can you stack them?
Yes.
Like if I bought 100 of like the whiskey, I could drink 100 of them in a row and have plus 200.
There'll be pretty major repercussions for getting that sloshed.
Oh,
but
well,
yeah.
then again, why would I do it if the repercussions of drinking it is going? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. There's too much of it. One is costing, especially at character creation, and for just a like a +1, because you're not going to want to
If
drink
you want
too
to
many
do
of them.
that,
Yeah, but
the
who
option's
would
there if you want to be like
realistically-
a wretch just fucking around. The option is there.
Yeah, but you're gonna
It's a
fucking
cheap
get
item.
yourself killed because you're gonna go into freaking combat slosh and then get fucking and then there's probably gonna be negative penalties to your attack that will like negatively impact that. So it's like you're gonna get half the effect or some shit for being fucking wasted or like disadvantage or some shit. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem.
The option is
to
there
make
if
sense
somebody
whatsoever.
wants to do it, right?
Yeah, but why? Because it's a.
Why is there shitty
Wait.
gifts in the Elden Ring or Dark Souls series?
Yeah, but they don't.
Why is there shit items? Why is there shit items?
But there's none that like make you fucking drunk and screw you over. You know what I mean? Because you're drunk. In Elden Ring, there isn't.
Yeah, but this is based off Dark Souls.
Plump
And Elden Ring.
mysterious meat gives you the poison debuff, which is you might as well not even healed from it at all. Poison
Yeah, there's
meat.
tons of shitty items in all Soulsborne games. There's an item that is shitty.
There's a
I mean, but
ring that
just
allows you to
because- okay.
talk to all creatures with any language in Dark Souls 2, but it causes all enemies to be attracted to you.
Yeah.
You
So
get more aggro. So I mean, there's lots of shitty items. It's just one of those
yeah,
things.
but if that was in the game, in this game, you could
is-
literally just use it in town and talk to anybody that speaks a different language.
Well,
And not have to worry about it. You know
what
what
I
I mean?
mean, Matt. You know what I mean.
But another thing, just
It's
'cause
different from
in
the
freaking-
actual
just-
game
Just
to
because it's
tabletop,
in exactly, just because it's in or something similar to it is in Dark Souls or something, doesn't mean there has to be the same kind of thing in this. Especially when it's got
It is there if
a
you want
negative.
it. It's just a eager +2. It's there.
Yeah,
I know you want maybe you want to roleplay and have some wine or whiskey. It's like,
No,
wow, this wine or
I would
whiskey
just
really
drink
fucking
regular
good.
wine or whiskey. It's probably cheaper, and you know, I'd only be drinking it in town probably, or somewhere where it's safe.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of going into combat sloshed. You know what I mean? Like, that's not something you would ever see me even doing in, like, D&D or something. Not in combat. Unless, like, the combat was forced somehow in, like, an encounter in town during the evening when we're adding in or something, and we're getting drunk. And it's like, yeah, we're
I would just use
that
the
would be
drunk
different.
table. So I mean, unless you rolled a fucking 100 on the
Exactly.
drunk table.
Now you're gonna make me on a fucking roll out a D100 on a fucking table. Like, exactly. Why would I ever do that, dude? Especially
every
going
two
into fucking combat, and you're saying use it against the boss, and I'm like, why? The boss is gonna wreck me. You're Jesus Christ.
If you want to, I
Whatever.
mean, yeah,
No,
if you want to be a wretch, that's
why
funny.
would no? That doesn't. It shouldn't matter whether you're what kind of character you make. That is not worth it whatsoever, man.
Well, there's the
And then what? You're
opportunities
gonna
to
have the
fail.
party, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, you drunk son of a bitch! You ruined that fight for us, and you wasted money. Wasted
Yay!
money. Yay! Good
You're
job."
that
I don't give a
high-level
fuck about
character.
how people spend their money. That's their money to spend how they want to
I'm
spend it.
just thinking of what people could potentially say. Okay.
I
Regarding
think
that,
funny.
I just don't think it's mechanically not at only a +2. And to have to drink, like, if you were to drink one and it gave you like 5 or 10% or something like that of your ability score or the ability scores that it's related to, I think that would actually be worth it. You drink one, you get that 10% buff or whatever, 5-10% buff, and then you go in. You don't have to worry about being fucking wrecked so much that you got to roll on a D100 crit fail table or some shit. That's probably going to be something negative that would affect you either the 3 rounds or longer potentially, because that's usually how those kinds of tables work, for instance. I think the downside, especially if you were to use a table like that, would be, yeah, unless somebody's fucking around, nobody's going to buy that. I can guarantee it. Nobody would want to buy that, because
all right, man, all right.
Just saying, like, you leave it in, whatever, but and see what happens. But yeah,
As a long-term Dark Souls player, keep it in. That's what
I mean,
it's there
I've come
for.
across so many. I was literally about to add rubbish to the pile. So people are like, huh, I wonder what this. Maybe it's useful later on. They just hang on to a pile of garbage for the entire game.
Yeah.
No, it's worth something. In Dark Souls 1, you can feed it to Framped. No, in Dark Souls 2, you can give it to the crows.
Pump a rum. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
at least
drop...
there you could do something with it, like, but that's a net positive. There's no negative.
Nah. It's usually just something troll with rubbish in Dark Souls 2. I don't know about Dark Souls 1 what you got, but Dark Souls 2, it's like maybe like a amber herb or something to restore one spell or something. It's like, well,
I mean,
it's
that's still useful.
Cool,
that's still pretty useful. Spell slots
Uh,
are pretty
yeah,
fucking
I guess
valuable in those games.
the troll item that I can think of that comes right off the top of my head is the dung pile, because you can use the dung pile, you can throw it, it causes toxicity, but guess what? You're also building up the same percentage of toxicity if you use it. That's why I always just took all my dung piles and I fed it to Framp because he gave him 1,000 souls for each piece of poop he ate.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking useful. 1,000 souls for each dung.
But you
dung
don't
pile?
know if this useless item won't be useful in the future.
What do you mean? I do know now because you just fucking told me. So I'd be like, yeah, that's.
Maybe it has a
really fucking
roleplay
useful.
feature. Maybe you got to
Right.
feed it to some poor old guy, and he's like, I need a whiskey. What do you got for me? I want another one. No, I
would
want
just buy
wine.
him regular whiskey.
No.
Be like, here you go.
But if the only whiskey in this land is that whiskey?
Well, that's stupid.
That's stupid. Fuck
Magic whiskey versus normal whiskey.
Hmm.
I don't know. How much was it for that shit? For one of those?
1
where
point.
is it? 1 point.
Giant fish egg, not fish head.
Yeah.
Giant fish dick.
Oh man, I can't believe I've been streaming for 6 hours. Jesus. All right.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. I am going to end the stream for this for now.